We are getting ready. We're getting ready. Ready for tonight. Oh my goodness, so many sounds. So many sounds. The sounds of progress. That's right, we did add a door. Which the NPCs have found. And they have opened it while it's raining out. Ah, yes. I needed this comfiness. Hello, everyone. It's me, Garrett. I'm here. And we are going to begin our Enshrouded stuff again. So let's get our Enshrouded stuff all ready here to be shared. Because, hey, you know, there's social media and stuff, and I should totally share it. Which, honestly, is the most annoying part of doing this. See, back in my day, we just had the YouTube. And what did we do? We just hoped. Now, we hope while actively doing this. In fact, doing things the stream part forever. There, that's the Twitter post. Okay, and as for this other thing, yeah, it's not my most favorite thing to have to constantly take a moment to share things. I know there's systems to automatically do that, but I don't like that, and it's never reliable. So I do it manually. So people say, AI is the way of the future. Well, even before AI, we had simplistic AI, and simplistic AI is unreliable. I found real AI to be incredibly unreliable. So I like to input my links manually because it helps. Okay, so today, things I would like to do. I would like to probably get some lighting set up on this courtyard area. And definitely start working on a tower. Or, castle. Actual castle. The thing is, how to do that. How to actually do that. Well, we got some bricks and blocks we can make. Still got to make a lot more, obviously. So I think for the most part we've chosen the city wall stuff for our... Could also try some of the shell limestone. I don't know. I like this a lot. We've got actual castle blocks. We can't make that, however, until we get some granite, which would require going someplace very not nice. We do have the half-timbered, and I wonder how that looks. I mean, it looks like a darker version of this, but... I mean, first of all, let's get the light, and we'll see how that looks. We can use that for the next building. I'm going to have more than one, like, cottage kind of place, but I also want interior walls. Some of the walls to be nice. Hello! Hey, Sunrider. How you doing? We just started the stream. I do want some of the interior halls to be kind of nice on the castle, but we have to find out exactly how to do that properly. Let's just take a look at what these look like. This is a test. This. Oh yeah, we've got those nice floors we never actually checked out. Yeah, you know, that would be a good idea. Okay. Oh, I like the flooring. I like that. So it looks like we got like little fishes here, the arches. We got some nice wood. It looks okay. What does it look like as a single block? Got like a Poseidon kind of figure at the bottom. Okay. I mean, it looks nice. I don't know if it's gonna be an all-around thing. We could do like a room like that. Okay. I keep saying I'm gonna check it out and I haven't yet, so let's take a look at these. Okay. It's rugged wood. I like it. I like it. What does the pillar of this look like? Kind of scrumbly. Kind of scrumbly. Okay. I mean, great for flooring. Probably great for ceilings. Alright. I needed to know. Also, I did not break this down, so we're going to break it down. Oh yeah, we have full inventory. That's right, because we kind of abruptly ended our little journey. We were in the middle of something, and I was, like, literally losing my mind. Storm's Eye. Lightning damage on chain lightning. Can I put that in there? Don't know. I don't know. I don't know if that's only for the chain lightning spell, or if that's like adds chain lightning to attacks. That'd be kind of cool if it did, but I still gotta like look into properly use all that stuff. Okay. Just made it in time. Nice. When I was last on, I fell asleep somehow. Yeah, it happens. This game makes me tired, too. It's very comfy. Very comfy. You have a lot of chamomile. A whole bunch of chamomile. Oh my god. And we are currently making flax. That's good. We still don't have the recipe for the nutrient-rich farm soil. And I believe that's because we need to discover something else out in the highlands. I'd very much like to discover that. Do I have any passion flower? I should. I thought I brought some of that. It's clearly not in these boxes, otherwise it would appear. Could easily get some for the wisteria. Okay, well, there's a bunch of stuff to do. I do want to start up foundations for the castle thingy. But we also need more territory. And we still don't have the maximal territory thing. We still can't make it. And I think that unlocks when we do kill the wyvern creature. Which, unfortunately, we tried that, and we got ourselves destroyed. This could... Like, this is for the next tier of crafting, but this could also actually upgrade our other characters on top of it all. They all want the next stage crafting things, which is a good idea. It's just... Because once you kill this thing, you get a bunch of experience, but it opens up a whole new list of reagents and such. And we could get the new vendor person. She's not, like, super important, unfortunately. Okay, well, I say first and foremost, we get some of the tools that we need. Because those tools are going to be very useful. Where was that? That's on the ground, that's right. I want to go up here. How many hours you got in this game? Oh no, how many hours? Can't really count the demo because I didn't actually play as much of the demo as I'd like. But the game now, 164.7. Which again, like, this is a perfect game for me. Easily one of my favorite games. And I got into it kind of late because of my own misgivings about the way it was actually running, and I kind of put it in the back of my mind for a while. When I did return to the game, best experience of my life. Can't take it back now, you know, but it's... I never said I hated the game. I loved the game, and I really, 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 really wanted exactly what's happening now with how I'm playing it. I wanted this game to be so large and so fun, and when I first played it, it was not an ideal experience. It just was not. But now I just... There's something under there. I knew it! Wow. So I would have had, like, easily thousands of hours in this game. But... I've been catching up. I've been catching up. And it's also a game I want to get my friends into. And I played with Bane extensively, but then he got a little bored of it. And then, you know, I wanted to do other things as well. And I've been trying to get Keto more into it, because I know she likes building games and such, and this easily has some of the best building... Where am I? There is a Night Tomb here. Night Sanctum. Well, now. That's pretty cool. Can I make a custom marker? I'll probably forget about it. But I have it there. Just in case. I'll have to come back there. Just can't open it now. You've 900 hours on a car game. That's insane. It shows that you like it. Yeah, like... I mean, I would easily have thousands of hours on this if it were not for my first reactions to the game. Because I was so hopeful going in. Because this was made by the people that made Portal Knights, and Portal Knights is, quite honestly, a really fun, easy-to-play experience, and I loved the building in that game. I loved the exploration. It was harder getting into this because of the, like, actual mechanical issues I was experiencing with the game. And I also chalked it up to, like, well, I wasn't sure if it was RAM or whatnot, because that's my biggest problem is RAM. Well, it's clearly not RAM. It has always been something to do with the game. Everything is working fine now. Could it run better? Oh yeah, it could run better, but it's running amazing, as is. Oh, I don't have any water things on me. I put them away, that's right. He's fine, he's fine. There's a lot of clay under that hill. Okay, so we're trying to make our way over to get these carpenter tools, and then we'll work on getting the smith tools. That's going to open up a lot of avenues for us. Hopefully. Then, if we have more stuff to build with... That was about... But... I mean, that's always the thing, like, especially if it's a indie game. Indie games, I think, are definitely on top right now in terms of gaming. But if they don't have a huge studio backing them, there's usually a lot of work that has to go into the game for a while. But I am very thankful that the Enshrouded team is as amazing as they are. They did a great job with this. They've continued to do a great job with this. Is that Death Fog? It is. So I can't get that. Nice. Nice. Okay, so... Huh. Yeah, that's in the research side, but that requires going through that stuff. Which I can't. So we're gonna need stuff to upgrade and beat the fog. Because we literally can't get by it. So I'm gonna assume the blacksmith is the same way. Kind of stinks to come all this way only to figure that out. Can play Beam Drive on a laptop. Frames don't really change much. It does determine the game. I mean, some games are going to run a lot better, and then others are going to have troubles. Okay, so we need corrupted tusks, goo, copper, and then of course the wyvern. Yeah, so we have to kill the wyvern to progress, period. Which I didn't think was going to happen anyways, anytime soon. So... oh yeah, we don't need these mushrooms on us. What's the deal with all the mushrooms? Minty mushrooms. What can we make with him anyways? Oh, did we ever make our armor? No, we didn't. Of course we didn't. I thought we did. I thought we got everything we needed for that. I mean, I could get this thing now. Oh yeah, we need the linen, that's right. Honestly, I think it's worth getting this armor. So fossilized bone is easy. Linen, we are making that. And then we just get ammonia gland. The issue with that is I don't know if we can go in the fell just yet. But... possibly. Our flax should be ready to harvest, so let's harvest it. Replant some. Put some in. Oh yeah, look how pretty that is. Okay, it's 40 flax. We still have a ton of flax being made. I don't know if 40 flax is actually particularly good or not, but it's... got so much flax being made. Yeah, we're gonna need a lot more flax. Lady? Please. We need more farm soil. We gotta make more crops. Please. Okay. Really gotta smooth this out at some point. I don't know. It has, like, personality about it, but... because it has personality. Does not make it ideal. This stuff has a huge hitbox. Like, it doesn't want to be planted in a certain vicinity. Oh, I can just plant it up there. Neat. Okay. We're going to try to... Honestly, I don't need this tree here. Garden beds must increase in size. It is the only way to get the things we need. I know I could just, like, mass delete some land here, but I'd rather get some of the resources from the land if I'm gonna be taking it apart. Okay. Alright. We have soil. Can I not, like... I can. Okay. That will serve me well. Can actually just do this. Nope. I'm trying to, like, fit it, but it's not liking that. That's a little better. It's raining. My goodness, it's raining. I'm gonna leave those clovers there. I could easily remove them, but I like them. I wish we could get, like, clover ivy. That'd be kind of cool. Just have it growing everywhere. It's my fantasy world. I want it now. always like to make them look a little bit different each time I plunk them down, just to break up the monotony when you look at it from a distance. We're going to need a lot of this flax, so I mean, I guess it doesn't matter. We're going to be mass harvesting it if we can. Okay. That's a bunch of flax. So that first one yielded 40. This should yield slightly more. We have this little nice garden here, which we can actually temporarily harvest everything, take that out, turn it into more flax. Since linen is going to be a big part of our next adventure. Do hope you can get some more of your friends into this game. Yeah, me too. I keep trying to push it. What's this stuff glowing? What is going on? Why is it glowing now? Is that because the soil is wet? It's the same garden soil, so why is it... Is it because it's wet? Should I be wetting my plants? It makes sense in reality. Okay. I mean, maybe. That could be why it's doing that. Don't recall it doing that before when I placed them down. Or maybe it's because the soil has become richer because I've grown things in it. I don't know. Why? Why do it do this? Because there is like a watering can, so I guess maybe you're supposed to water. It's just the perfect spot. Okay. It's all flax at the moment. Do-do-do-do-do. Into my home I go. Do-do-do-do-do. We need to move some things. How do I make the chamomile tea? I know I can, I just don't know how. I'm not sure. I would sincerely doubt it's in here. Maybe it's with the farmer proper? Chamomile? Chamomile? Vegetable? Chamomile. Ah, yes. What does that do again? Health, regen, stamina? Yeah, sure. Need a watering bag. Which I already forgot how to craft one of those, so... Was it with the huntress? Or was it with the farmer? This is the only problem this game has, is that crafting recipes come from people. And you get kind of confused over time about where to find things. Okay, so we got that. Also, I can destroy these daggers. We didn't intend to pick them up, so... We can put this farm soil away if we can. What should I move for that? I can put some flintstone away. I already need more space. Can you believe it? We need so much more space. Twigs away. Actually, no, of course, of course. Oh yeah, why do we have these turnips on us? This I don't know. I don't even know why we collected them. Alright. Let's try to get some water. I already forgot where that body of water was, but I know where there is some water over here. We do have a recipe to make a water source. I don't think we have the means to build it yet. Just because we did some adventuring early, and we found stuff to make that, but not everything. I think it requires stuff I don't have. I could be mistaken, but... yes, if we had the ability to generate water, we wouldn't have to go looking for water. It's just very, very useful, very functional. Right. It's actually funny, this is where I built on one of my other saves, with my friends when we were playing. I built like a nice little cottage here before this update. So if I load up that world again, this whole back area is going to be littered with water. The irony is, this area used to be, like, there used to be a few trees here, and I think there was like a hill. If I had built over here... my house would be submerged. Actually, I'm not even sure how that would work. I think, actually, the effects of the new map generation wouldn't take place. But if your house, like, your yard stopped somewhere over here, there'd be this nice little, like, divot. I'm not sure. That's an interesting thought process. I wonder if anyone's made a video on that, like, this is what my house used to look like, and this is what it looks like now. Because in that other save, like, these woods extended, and there was a hill. But now there isn't. Oh, I just remembered! It doesn't matter now, but there was a source of, like, moss and other things that was over here. It's completely gone now. I would have to, if I was still, like, because I put, like, a roof over my house, and the roof was mossy. I'd have to go out of my way looking for more. That's actually crazy to think about. Okay, so we've got some water. Sorry, I'm just remembering that. It's kind of cool to think about when they changed parts of the map. things you took for granted in your local area are just different now. I think one of the coolest things they could do is add seasons, and certain areas would change depending on the season. That'd be so interesting. We're gonna make tea. Farmer? I could have sworn I saw her for a moment. Where'd she go? Where is she? She's right here. I'm stupid. I'm stupid. Okay. I used up all the water. But we got 40 teas, so... Yeah! That's health regeneration, and we get extra stamina. It's not stamina regen, it's health regen. Okay, so we've made all the flax seedlings we could. We've made 20 linen. Which, again, Balthazar, what did... Of course, he's not here when we need to talk to him. Yeah, no, he's off doing his own thing. But we will blame him. Ah, there he is. Hello, sir. I blame you. Yeah, that's right. That's the one that's gonna be hit or miss. But not every fell enemy, every shroud enemy is going to be in the shroud. They roam. We can also attack them from a distance outside the area. That could be a thing. This is level 43. I'd love to have this, but we don't have gold bars. Of course, okay, except for that. These two could be found. Imagine if we found the stuff for this. We can't make the blue fabric yet, though, can we? Where'd I put the hunters? There she is. Can I make fabric? No, I can make orange fabric. We can't even make normal fabric, so... Okay. I mean, no, we'd still need that. So unless we found blue fabric, which you can find blue fabric, I could walk away with a better chest piece. Unfortunately, it's a healer chest piece, which we're not really using. What's this one? Orange fabric. We can craft... Wait, can we craft orange fabric? Sorry to wake you up again. We can! Oh no, we can't. We need fabric. This is the problem. We don't have the means to make fabric, so we'd have to find orange fabric. Alright, let's not think about it right now, because it's not happening just yet. I actually want to go here. So we saw that earlier. And now it's nighttime, so we can go there. We hadn't discovered this sanctum before, so I'm not sure what's in this one. I know a few of them you can get different building blocks, which would be kind of cool. I don't remember which one in particular you can get the, like, night sky blocks, but those are kind of cool. They can add ambient light to your builds. You can have, like, a nice little, nice cozy playtime, good vibes room with dim lights, and the ceiling is just, like, stars. Or you could build your entire castle out of it, which might be expensive, but it's cool looking. Actually, I don't remember how expensive it is. This I forgot. I do want to work it into a build somehow. Not sure yet what or how, but we'll figure it out. Ah! Ah! Okay. Better to slam into a building than into the maw of a wolf. It's fine. Hello, sir. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Wolves, you should work against the fell. The fell is there. Look, see? He's made of mushrooms. Get him. Okay, now they're fighting. Thank you, wolves. Thank you. I appreciate you, even though you're trying to kill me. Oh, that's right. It was up there. How did we get up there? I'm gonna have to start digging up. It's fine, we need more rocks. Got a big castle to build at some point. Or I can do this. Hee hee hee. Come on. Please. 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 The waypoint has been reached, but I don't see the door. I think it was up further. I think that's the sound of a peacock. Can't remember if there's a peacock in this game or not. I don't think there is. Where the heck is the door? Is it below me? Figures, I found it without trying, and now I don't know what I'm looking for. I mean... There it is. Gotta figure it's a large door space. It should be definitely taking up more room. I wonder if you can build a door like that. That'd be kinda cool. First things first, look around benches or corners. There might be... Antidote. What a thingy. We're looking for, like, bars and maybe cloth. We just got an assortment of wacky stuff. It's fine. Okay. Like this little defunct elevator. It's kind of cool. They were elevators once. Alright. Junk. Glowy thing, nice. Brick. Also, yeah, those are the kind of blocks I was talking about. It's like a little night sky thing. You can actually get those. And I believe there's another kind of block you can get, which is similar to that, but it's kind of like faded out. So it doesn't glow. You can mix and match them. I'm fighting a sneeze already. Oh god. That did a lot of damage. There it is. There's a chest. Now, kind of hoping for the bricks. We did not get the bricks. This is just an item dump, which I'm a little sad. I don't know where the bricks are. Where'd that... Oh, right there. This fortune mace. Oh, thank you. Alright. Still fighting that sneeze. Really trying to not sneeze. Yeah, sorry. Sorry about that. It happened. The sneeze happened. Alright. Well, that's 2 sanctums. I know there's others. Probably just scare the crap out of somebody somewhere. You either logged in and left your screen for a moment, or you're watching this in the future, and I just made you jump, and I'm very sorry about that. When you have to sneeze, you have to sneeze. Okay, I say we go back home. Let's craft a few more of those city wall bricks. Oh god. I don't know where that sneeze came from. Yes, I know. You're a bird. also do the limestone. I think I would want to get more limestone. Mix the two. I like to do this in the daytime, but let's see how it would look. Why did I change the size? I wanted to do a comparison. Okay, so the shell limestone is a lot more rugged looking. At least in a nighttime comparison, it looks pretty good side by side. It's got some very, again, like, rustic looks. We probably will have to do this in the daytime because I can get a clearer, like, image of what I'm looking at. I might end up using that, too. Because it looks nice. Come on, people. Close the darn doors! That's why if you give them their own house, you don't give them doors. Because they will not close them. I mean, we could go farm a bunch of that stuff. That's a very simplistic recipe. It's just literally the shell limestone itself. You just go there, chop it up, put it down. It's all good. First thing they do is open the door, of course. I am liking how the mossiness works, and I do like how it conforms to the stone we already have. So that could be our new castle block. We can use this, you know, continue this with the wall, and then the rest of the castle can look a lot older. And I'm sure that's going to look amazing, because it has, like, a mossiness to it. It's going to look amazing with actual moss coming off of it. Because I plan on doing that to it. Okay. And then, of course, we've got the flintstone here, which looks amazing no matter what. Yeah, let's go collect some of that. And anything else that tickles our fancy over there, because there's a lot. I do want to work in some of the bamboo as well. I love bamboo in video games that let me collect bamboo forever. It's nice. Only way to make this faster would be a better pickaxe, but for now we just got the copper stuff. Hope everyone's night's going good so far. Thank you for joining the comfy stream of comfy Enshrouded vibes. Dirt at the moment, but we will need the dirt eventually. Oop. I don't know why I drank it twice, that was weird. Wait, does that replace... Oh, it does. I didn't know that. Not sure which is better, water or the tea. I think the tea is better, though. Whoops. Made a mistake. I think we can even place down normal shell limestone and get like these like ferns to appear. I think we can place it down. I'm not sure if we can. Some of the natural blocks, you can just place them down. I still want to see... I know, again, it's going to come back to the ice thing. I know you can place ice down. I still want ice bricks. I want an ice block that I can build with proper. That's one of the blocks that I know you can place down. Besides, like, stone and dirt. But I think you can put down this kind of stone, too. So if you really want your base to have more of a jungle aesthetic, more nature, I'm assuming the vines would appear on it if you put it down, since they just naturally appear on the limestone as is. That's just my assumption. Just gonna collect a bunch of this stuff to turn into blocks. So if we use this as the main exterior for our castle, it's going to look a lot older looking. But I kind of want to do a two-tone thing as well. So we've already seen what it looks like with the city wall blocks, so we could easily utilize both kinds of bricks. And I think it would look very nice. Come on, get your stamina back. Make like a little cave. Be more comfy. We can get our, I mean, we still have a rested bonus, but easily get our rested bonus back. Although I don't think you can find gold ore outside of the water, but I wonder if it's possible. We might dig and then end up finding it. I would like to find some gold ore while I'm here, but it's... Again, it seems to all be underwater, and we need to do the fisherman thing to get that in the first place. Because you talk to the fisherman, you get a quest, I believe from him, where you go craft the mining claw. Once you have the mining claw, you can get all the gold you want under the water. But we'd have to find the fisherman, and even then, I think it's still going to be, like, really dangerous, since we don't have the armor or the levels to be here. Now we're not getting the, well, I guess we're not comfortable here. Wow. That stinks. Is it 'cause I'm hungry? I don't know. Is this cave not comfy? I guess it isn't. Still got 10 minutes on our rested bonus, so it's fine. For those of you just joining, we are collecting this shell limestone because we're going to be making walls out of it. Well, making a castle out of it, but making effectively the body of the castle. Again, I would like to have most of the inside of the castle be parts of wood with the stone. I've got several different thoughts going through my head of how it's going to look, but I never pre-plan that much. I have a structure, and then as I start adding to the structure, I start, kind of like with anything I build, anything I draw, my mind starts making these connections to what I'm doing, and it starts taking a shape of its own. It can result in some pretty crazy designs, or some pretty beautiful designs, but don't always have full control over what I'm creating. Ah! We dug ourselves a proper cave. What is this? I could move the waypoint marker in here if I wanted to. Okay, speaking of this, something comes to my mind too. I want to have a massive room, at the very least a room, where there's huge pillars. Enough that the room is so large that if I have lights, it kind of echoes and glances off the pillars. I'm thinking, like, think about Moria. And I'm thinking about Moria for the castle. I want a room that kind of embodies that. That'll be a little bit of work to get set up. But with the amount of territory we're going to claim when we make another claim block, it should be easily doable. Should be quite doable. So easy. I could even put 2 claim blocks down. Gimme. How much do we have? Only 420, that's not a lot. We can do this. We comfy yet? No. No, we're not. It's just the most uncomfy place you could possibly be. Truly. Come on. Chop up that stone. Chop it up. Schmack. Okay, we're gonna break up the monotony a little bit. I'm gonna come back for some... This used to be a hill. Nice. Break up the monotony a little bit. We are going to look for boxes or things we can loot. Again, trying to kill some of these enemies is not going to be easily done. If we can get something alone, we can try killing it, but I don't think that's going to happen. We've got a high-level wand, but we have nothing else to back it up. Might as well pick some flowers on here, too. See, there's a crab. Now, there's more than one crab. Of course, you know, crabs, they love to run around in herds. They are very dangerous. Yep, okay. Okay, yep. Got it. You might get a crab kill. Everyone knows crabs are very fond of battle. And if you make a mistake, they will pinch you. Oh, no, please. Why are you so fast? You are remarkably fast. Stop pinching. Stop. Please. Where did the other crab go? There he is. Oh, cool. Nothing new. Well, we got crab meat, but that's not really a recipe that we can use at the moment. We can cook it a little bit. That's about it. Come on, have you guys eaten any gold? Can I get some gold out of your little crab belly? No? Please? Why are you so quick? Love the crab sounds they make. Schmack. Crunch. Crunch. Okay. Well, what does that even do? It's terrible at the moment. Whatever it is, it's terrible. We don't need the critter parts. We don't need the antidote. What I need is gold. And the only place I know to... Oh, it's capybara! Hey, buddy. It's okay. You're okay. Fortunately, the only place I know to get the gold is underwater. Which is why I'm always looking. There's nothing there. That's right, there is that legendary chest spawn that we found that we got so lucky with. There's a lizard chasing me. He might have gold. He can have gold on him. But he'll kill us with one hit. Let's go check on the... I was gonna say, let's go check on the chest. Really fast. It's over there. Let's drink our tea. More or less just for the stamina boost. I really shouldn't waste the food in this place, since death is so easy to come by. You don't want to go all the way that way. That would be very not good. Could collect more bamboo. We have a lot of bamboo from before, but haven't even used it yet, so I don't have a strong need for it. We do need more of that stone, of course, but detours, you know, small detours. It's over this ridge by the tree. Ooh, well, don't want to go over there. Going over there would not be great. We can go along this side. I've done this a few times. Got the daylilies. I wonder if we can plant those. I think we can plant those. I have no idea. Probably can, but we need the enriched soil, I'm guessing. Which we do not currently possess. Which I think is true with the bamboo as well. We can also plant bamboo at some point. I'd love to have a garden of bamboo surrounding the castle. That'd be neat. Okay, so there is a chest around here. Yes. We got very lucky finding this. Oh. It's just the same thing we have already. Dang. Okay, we have the tomb as well, which is just littered with skeletons, and I was unable to make any headway in there. Alone lizard... Nope, they're not alone. Wait, can I only piss off one? Well, we've got one, whether we want him or not. Okay, we got two. I can get them to fight the skeletons. Probably. See how this... Oh! Oh! Oh my! Well, it's bad. Haha! Yes! Slaughter each other for me! Yes! I'm gonna get something out of this. Careful. That's bad! What have you done? Whoa! Collect it. Nothing new. No new resources at all. Oh no. Bad. Very bad. Very bad. Very bad. Very bad. Just the worst. Just the worst. Just the worst. Absolutely the worst. We are dead. We are dead. Hey, Corrington, how you doing? Oh, goodness. Oh, I'm assuming maybe they killed the lizard. Maybe. Possibly. What's up? Me in my own little shenanigans once again. Just doing that stuff. Yeah, gonna eat it. Let's go back just to see if that body did drop or not. I'm gonna doubt it, but... Because if we can get a lizard to drop, he has a very good chance of dropping gold. Not that that's, you know, the quantity for one lizard is gonna be a lot, but it's something. We want gold! We need the gold! Ah, I think it was a key! Oh no. Anyone else hear that there's another, Austin Powers film series? Or at least a movie coming out. I heard that Mike Myers was very interested in continuing the stories, and he's been formulating the next movie. I haven't heard it's been filming or anything, but he's been working on a plot, and it's going to revolve around Dr. Evil, which is going to be kind of cool. I love those movies. Absolutely love those movies. Comedy gold. You don't get movies like that anymore. Okay. Grabbing all that. Got a little sidetracked. I forgot where I was. Let's try and find this little divot. I am tempted to move the waypoint. I just don't want to start deleting it and then be unable to place one before I die. I know I could just place one and not worry about it, but I hate having to clean it up. Got all these damn waypoints everywhere. I've got a few I still need to get rid of. Okay. It's all garbage. Ooh. I mean, I don't know if it's useful or not. I wonder if he could damage... Wow, fire wisp. Well, I don't see a lizard body, so... I take it he actually left. Get him, fire wisp. Get him. Get him. You're doing a great job. They hurt him. They hurt my fire... They got my fire wisp. Okay, we're gonna go build the stone. We had our fun with these guys. I would like to come back and try to get some gold at some point, but again, trying to get gold when enemies are able to destroy you in a matter of seconds is a problem. You never watched them? Only know Mike Myers as Shrek. Oh god. Oh, they're good. They're so good. You get a chance. Austin Powers series. It's worth it. It's great. It's silly. What do we need? Steel. Ah, we don't have steel. Getting steel is a problem. We don't have iron either. I know where to get both of these. And that's in the north. The north. It's not easy to get there. Of course, from here it's a little easier. We just have to make a gauntlet. Should we do that? Is that worth doing? Fighting our way all the way to the bitter north in the hopes of getting to a place that can drop steel bars. There's a few big castles that have guaranteed steel bar drops. And the north is littered with iron ore as well. But we don't have a mill, so we can't do... Yeah, we'd have to get the mill recipe, which the mill recipe is in, you know, the jungled area. But I think we require a lot of things that we just don't have. Well, first things first. Gonna cook this octopus. Or, sorry, crab. It looks like octopus, I don't know why. It's crab meat. What am I talking about? Grilled crab meat. The hard-won meal. Making a meal. It's done. Okay, what does it do? Oh my goodness. That gives us a lot of health. The superfood. The superfood that fights back, of course. Let's think about where we're putting things here. I guess it doesn't matter. What am I talking about? Oh, we have stacks of things in places. We have stuff. Okay. I know, you're a cat. I heard you. Alright. I would like to expand this territory out, because right now that's not a lot. That is not a lot. But I really want to get that final push. Let me just look up where to get the Nexus here. I think it's the Nexus. Because if I can kind of ease my way towards that Shroud Nexus. Enshrouded. Shroud Nexus. Nexus. Where do I get the Nexus? They can drop from fell monstrosities or fell sickle scythes. Oh no. What are the monstrosities again? Okay, something I haven't seen yet. Yep. The fell sickle scythe, I remember you guys. So they're found in the sand area. So we would have to kill a sickle scythe or a monstrosity. Where are the sickle scythes? Kindle wastes. All kindle waste area. Yes, the sand area. We don't currently have the progression to do that. As for the monstrosity, there are 2 in the Nomad Highlands. So to get the Nomad Highlands, we'd have to kill the wyvern, which we're still not strong enough to do. So I'm thinking about progression-wise. If I want to build, and I want to build better, because my goal was to either build across this chasm or just otherwise increase the size of my house, we need progression. And number 1 progression is taking down the boss at the pike, which we're not strong enough for. So we should find some more of these elixir wells, I think. Because we take down the elixir wells. That's like a bunch of points. Those points give us power. We get extra experience for doing it. As far as James Bond parodies, I tried Mr. Bean, didn't really work for me. Austin Powers better than Bean. They're different kind of comedy. I mean they're similar, but they're also different, and that's not very helpful. So Austin Powers is very it's got a lot of raunchy humor, but it also has a lot of like self-aware humor. And it was very 90s. Like, it had very, like, a 90s sort of humor. Although, still, like, obviously, like, Austin Powers takes place at different time periods, so it's supposed to be the 70s and the 60s, whatever, through some of it, and then it's, like, the modern era, and it's very self-aware humor. I'd say it's closer to old South Park. It differs a lot from Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean, primarily, most of the points of humor are about other people being serious and Mr. Bean being the absolute force of chaos that he is. Whereas in Austin Powers, it's just assumed that world is so completely bent in the most funny way imaginable. Should be okay. Yeah. Yeah, I think you'd like Austin Powers. I do recommend watching them from the beginning, just because as the latter two movies go, there's a lot of stuff that is going to be a little mystifying if you haven't. I ended up watching the third movie before I watched anything else, because I didn't even know about the other movies. I was, like, assuming, oh, this is Austin Powers. And then I was so kind of confused by a few things. It's not, like, super plot-heavy, but there were concepts in the movie that they introduced that were either completely spoiled for me, or I just didn't grasp, you know, the continuity. And there is some continuity. I mean, there's going to be some continuity. I definitely have a larger appreciation for it now than ever before, but yeah, when I was a little bit younger, I was like, oh, well, where am I in this world? Because they're talking about people and things, and I could have sworn this was the first movie, not realizing it was not. I mean, that was before, like, streaming services, too, so you couldn't really look up something on Google and be like, oh, yeah, this is what I'm looking for. It's like, no, back then, you either know it or you don't. We're gonna probably die here. Ooh. Woo! I forgot how bad these places are. I mean, at least we have a good weapon, right? Screw off! Okay, took down the big bad. Good. Alright. Just take it down. Take it down. You have to breathe deeply. Good, good, good. 5 skill points. Nice. Okay, I can collect stuff if I want to. So we're doing this so we can get more power, and more power is going to mean faster progression. Though I'm not sure if we can stun the boss. I still want to move down that stun tree just to make my life easier. Which unfortunately is going to be a little bit. Okay, well the next Shroud Heart at least is going to fix that for us. So with that completed, we can head home. We don't really need the loot from any chest here. That doesn't matter. I know for some promo images, the bad guy made a mini version of himself. Yes, played by the legendary Vern Troyer. Vern Troyer was an amazing actor. He passed away a while back, and that was actually one of the sole reasons we have not seen another Austin Powers film Like, I can't stress it enough. That ruined the rest of the movies for what seems like forever now, because Mike Myers had great plans with Vern. He would run stuff by Vern as well. He's like, I want to do all this kind of comedy stuff, and Vern loved that stuff. He wanted to continue playing Mini-Me. He wanted to continue working on it, and when he passed away, it's like Mike loses a friend. It's like losing an actual friend, and he can't really recuperate that loss. They had huge ideas for that franchise, and it's just really sad to see it take a toll on the actor, on the one of the halves of the brains behind it. I mean, they all work together to come up with the funniest scenes they can, the funniest situations, and that kind of family is directly impacted by the passing of somebody. It would be different if it was like Vern was still alive and he was working on other things, or he was like, I don't want to do comedy anymore, you know? Or he throws out his back and he's like, well, I can't play Mini-Me, so, you know, that'd be different, because it's like he could still talk to him, he could still run ideas, but when a person passes away, suddenly it's just horrible. It's horrible. That's one of the reasons we haven't seen another Austin Powers, is because a lot of what they had set up for years to come with that franchise was based around the idea that Mini-Me would be around because he was an important character at that point. That's the whole purpose they added him in. And now he does, like, Mike Myers doesn't know what to do. I mean, he's right now formulating an idea, but whether or not that's going to stick or not, who knows? I kind of want to see what's over here, because there might be another Shroud Heart down below. Apart from the personal aspect, losing an actor is always bad for a franchise. Well, yeah, because continuity-wise, you want to keep the same people. I remember back in the day, I'd watch all kinds of movies or shows, and they would switch people out, and it confused the hell out of me. And now, it's not that it's confusing, it pisses me off. Because it's like, well, why aren't they there? Well, they chose otherwise, or they had a disagreement, or maybe the network chose for us. I mean, I didn't really like the Halo series, but I got into that recently, and this is not a spoiler, they changed Cortana's physical appearance in the second season. They said they changed it because the viewers, like, were critical of Cortana, and they wanted a more in-game variation. I'm sorry, but I think the first season Cortana was better than the second a billion times over. Her voice actress is the same actress who does Cortana in the games. That's fine. But the physical appearance, they changed it so drastically. And they claimed, in their defense, that's what the viewers want. You know what the viewers said? That's not what we wanted. We wanted you to keep true to Halo. It's... I keep telling my friend about it because he's on a Halo kick. I was like, you're gonna like some things about it, and you're gonna hate a lot of it. It's bad in places. It's strong with... I'll say again, like, Cortana is a big plus for that. I mean, you can't do her wrong outside the appearance they gave her in the second season, but other than that, that doesn't matter. The performance is amazing. The armor, the weapons is cool. Every scene with the Covenant is cool. There's things I can't talk about because it's spoilers, but there's some cool things. But holy crap, is there a lot of stupid nonsense in it. Like, I don't like Master Chief to be this whiny giant man-child. That's not Master Chief. That's not Master Chief. Stop that shit. I don't know who thought that was a good idea. Easily the worst idea of the entire series. What is this? Deadly Shroud. Got it! Well, okay. Another reason I'm glad I don't drop things on Death. Um, that was another layer of Shroud. I couldn't see where I was going. I thought there was a thing. Uh, yeah, I didn't see a. There was no Shroud nest there. There might be one over here though. We haven't been down here and really looked for it. Richard Harris, in the middle of the Harry Potter saga. You can't really blame anyone. Still pissed that Henry Cavill gave up on The Witcher. He didn't give up on The Witcher. He didn't give up on The Witcher. They fired him. Effectively. He really disagreed with the direction the show was going. Because the lady in charge wanted to make it into some weird romance series. And she did. Without his... Well, so the thing is, probably anyone on set of The Witcher did not know nearly as much about The Witcher as Henry Cavill. And he's a huge fan of that series. I will confess I don't know too much about The Witcher. I've tried the third game, ended up making this abomination of a short on it. But I'm not gonna shit talk the game series. I think The Witcher as a character, as a story, as an IP is quite good, is quite potent. But the people, I do not see a thing around here that I can get to. There's one over there in Death Shroud, but I can't get to that. May have to get my experience the old-fashioned way. Well, there's one over there. Oh, no, that's probably the one. Yeah, they did. Yeah, that's 100%. It's right below the tower. Darn it. Darn it. I'm looking for these, like, iconic towers, and I've only seen that one and one in the Death Shroud. Looks like our free experience boosters are gone here. I mean, where does that take me? Hang on. Ectoplasm Press. Ectoplasm Press. Where is... Hollowed Hall. Okay, that's in the Hollowed Halls. That's not a... You don't get skill points for that, I don't think. Damn. I mean, there could be one around here. I just didn't see it in this general direction. Let's take a look up here. Even more reason to boycott the show. Yeah, they, so she was actively working against the very premises of The Witcher. It's kind of what happened with the Halo show. They wanted their own creative liberties using an IP, rather than using the IP to make the show. I'm sorry, but how hard is it? If I get creative liberties for Minecraft, I'm not gonna make it round, right? They're blocks. It's a blocky game. So why the hell would I say, oh, I want the world to be round? You know what? Screw it. I'm gonna make Minecraft, I'm gonna say you're in the world of Minecraft, but I'm gonna make it look like this. That's not Minecraft. You can't do that. But you know what? People do it all the time with series and IPs. Why do they do it? Because they want to feel like they're the ones who made it. No, they didn't make it. Notch made it. Screw them. I get very pissed off about that. So it's like, oh, well, I'm going to make a show about The Witcher, so I'm going to make it all about the romance, and I'm going to make up shit that doesn't even happen. I'm going to put these other characters to be far more important than the main character. You know, who the story is about. It's called The Witcher. If you're going to do this, why don't you just call it the different bedposts of The Witcher series? Just call it that. Don't call it The Witcher, because it's not The Witcher. Sorry, I get very angry about that. Again, I don't know that much about The Witcher, but it pisses me off. Oh, that's my house over there. Nice, I can see it from here. That's awesome. It pisses me off to no end. Also, I'm not seeing any of these, No, that's the Alchemist Tower over there. I'm not seeing any of the things I'm looking for. So yeah, we're out of free experience, it seems. Unless there's one, like, hiding next to the mountain, but I think we've been looking in that direction, too. There could be one near the cat... No, there can't be. we've gotten that one. I can see that one right there. Darn it! Sorry, that makes me a little mad. We could try to kill the boss again. My head was in a weird place, so I think maybe this time we can take out the boss. So, Henry Cavill really, really was a godsend to the show. Not just because he's literally the guy, the Witcher. He's the one that's trying to correct them and saying, like, well, this scene doesn't make sense because this is not something Geralt would do, or however you pronounce his name. This is not something he would do. Or this is what happens in the lore. Meanwhile, the director and the writers are like, well, we want to do it this way. Why do you want to do it that way? Because we want what the viewers want. It's like, no, you don't know what the viewers want, because the viewers are the ones telling you afterwards, why was that so bad? And then they're just completely ignoring it. They're acting oblivious. They're like, oh, yeah, they want to see the different people, knocking boots together. It's like, no, they don't. They want to see the Witcher doing Witcher things. Honestly, I'm gonna start spoiling this, and I'm sorry. Anyone who hasn't seen The Witcher, I am gonna do this, because I freaking hate what they did to the show. Getting into it later than most people, and then seeing it get torn apart from the inside out. This is your warning. I'm gonna start saying things about it. Alright. So, why did they screw up The Witcher? Like, what could have gone horribly wrong with The Witcher? Well, for one, it's supposed to be a story about The Witcher. There's supposed to be sequences of events that happen in the games or in the books. And mostly what makes The Witcher interesting, at least to me, is him hunting monsters and trying to find, what is evil and then what is not necessarily evil. What's the medium road here? And they do a good job, I think, in the first season of that. Because, it's the first time the show's out and they're trying to make this character, build this story up, and it makes sense. But then they lose that. They lose that almost immediately. They're like, all right, well, we're going to focus on the Wizard Guild and shit. And they're talking about the wizards and how unfair it is that the wizards are being racist wizards or something like that. And I'm like, okay, well, there's a level of that in The Witcher, but it doesn't focus on it. And they're like, all right, so these mages are knocking boots, and these other people are knocking boots, and then Geralt is knocking boots. We're going to also talk about Ciri a lot, and it's, from my understanding, she's not the main character. And I think she's an okay character, but I'd rather be seeing The Witcher doing Witcher things. I'm sorry, that's just me. I want to see The Witcher doing Witcher things. Meanwhile, Henry Cavill starts noticing they're kind of pushing his character to the side. And they really do. If you watch The Witcher, they push the main character, The Witcher, off to the side to focus on the mages a lot. More than they should. Yeah, like, I think the first season is the best where it gets. I normally like to look at a body of work and be very appreciative of the whole thing. I can't with The Witcher because it's very evident they deliberately sought to change every facet of a well-known IP. It's kind of what happened with Star Wars. You try to change too much, and you make excuses for it. Meanwhile, the original creators are sitting in a corner crying with their face in their palms because you're just destroying their work. So in The Witcher, it was a very slow process, but then it starts to kick in to the point where I haven't seen the new season. I don't even know if it's out. No. The last season that I saw, Henry Cavill's final performance, he gets the ever-living shit kicked again. I'm gonna say spoilers now. You had your chance. Ever-living shit kicked out of him by a wizard who has no magic. I mean, he has magic. He chooses not to. He even says, I'm not using magic. And he beats the piss out of The Witcher. And I have a friend that knows more about The Witcher than I do, and he says that's actually impossible. That shouldn't have happened. Guess what? It did. And he breaks his back or something like that. He literally pretty much kills, I'm going to just say he kills Geralt. I know he technically doesn't, but he effectively did, because that's Henry Cavill's last appearance. Vilgeforth? Yeah, something like that. As far as I understand, that doesn't happen in the lore, or at least not in the way that they did it. And the reasons they did it in the show must vary greatly from the actual series, or the actual, like, franchise. I'll fight the boss in a moment. I have to finish my rant here. Literally, they did it because they're trying to make this wizard dude the good guy. They keep trying to say the terrible things he's been doing is for the right reasons, and you may not like it, but he's doing it because it's the right thing to do. It's the progressive thing to do these terrible things behind the scenes to get a really good result. And The Witcher stands against that. Like, he's basically the only obstacle in that path, and he's like, basically, you're wrong, you'll see you're wrong, and look at me, I'm gonna basically take you, a mountain of a man, a guy who literally strangles monsters with his bare hands, I'm gonna beat you with a piece of stick and my bare fists. Not a single magic missile to be found. I couldn't believe what I was watching. That is literally the stupidest thing I have ever seen on film in a very long time. And they did it. They did it because they're trying to press an idea, but rather than make a good, entertaining story, they're just like, hey, he can beat the Witcher hand to hand. Basically beats a super mutant engineered to be a lot more resistant than her. Basically Hulk. Yeah, no, he is an average human being fist fighting the Hulk and winning, and has absolutely no powers, no magic, nothing. He is the random guy in any shot, in any movie, deciding he can fight God. Like, that is the dumbest sequence I have ever seen. And the entire time, he keeps not only manhandling Geralt, he keeps telling him, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong, and these are the reasons I'm right, and then he beats the piss out of him. And they end the series with him, Geralt, being, like, all injured and damaged and hateful and upset, and then other characters telling him, you should be more positive, smile, you're not out of the game yet. And then this one final hurrah where there's bad people doing bad people things, and he pulls out his sword, and it's like, the Witcher will return. And it's like, well, he won't, because you're firing him. Like, you're firing him. And then they had that stupid promo for the new series. Again, no hate on, what's his name? Something Hemsworth. No hate on the new actor. But he is not the Witcher. Hate on the producers. Hate on the director for doing this to the show. You literally did this to your show the entire time, and then rather than try to salvage it and listen to the fans and listen to Henry Cavill, you decide to continue to stick needles and blades into an open wound, and you just keep opening it up. So now you've got a completely new Witcher, which I'm sure is not going to be the same. And people are like, well, that season was a little bad, and we can't quite put a finger on it. Gee, I wonder why. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm like mad about it, because it's almost what happened to Lord of the Rings in terms of Rings of Power. Now, again, Rings of Power is fine enough, but they do kind of mess with some lore-sensitive stuff, namely the orcs. They do stuff to the orcs that isn't quite accurate to Tolkien's vision, and that hurts the feeling, that hurts the show. This is not Tolkien. This is not part of Lord of the Rings, in my eyes. Just for that alone. You can't say something that is 100% evil, literally crafted in evil itself, is suddenly good. Stop that shit. Stop it. Stop it. That's the same thing with The Witcher. You cannot say mages knocking boots with other mages is the story when it is supposed to be about a particular character's journey. Stop deviating from the story. Don't think it's clever or inventive. It's not clever and inventive. It's stupid, and no one wants to see it. Like, I have to get that off my chest. I can't stand people thinking they're being smart when they're not. It's just annoying. And, of course, again, Henry Cavill would have stayed on to The Witcher, even though it was, like, literally falling apart at the seams. He would have been fine with it. Oh god, that's right, those things hurt. Again, I've never fought this guy with a ranged weapon until the other last stream. But yeah, like, they choose to make these decisions that end up biting the show in the ass. And then they, like, kind of, like, blame the audience, which is unfair to the audience. You can't say to the people not watching it, like, you're the reason the show failed. It's like, no. Why are they not watching? That's on you. They're not watching your show because you took away the best actor, probably the only voice of reason that show had left. You know, if he keeps doing that breath weapon, I'm going to get him quite easily. Of course, I'm very not keen about these little guys biting me. No! Oh, that's so unfair. Okay, I'm not even sure how to fight this thing. Yeah, I'm sorry if I get critical there, but it's just... I'm a nerd. I enjoy nerdy stuff. I enjoy movies. If you're going to take something that's very well known, you need to keep it to what its strength is. Its strength is that it's well known, and people like it for what it is. We don't want to see you change it. We don't want to see it be reinvented. There's no fun in reinventing something that's well known, because then it's no longer well known. That's like when Capcom tried to push Fat Mega Man. In no universe should a robot who is known to be of a particular portion suddenly gain 300 pounds. I'm sorry. This isn't about fat. This is about you're taking a character that we know and you're transforming them. And then you're changing the backstory of Mega Man? Come on, Capcom. Stop it. They did it to every main hero character in all these video games. And then you have movies, and it's like, we're going to change stuff about the movies. We're going to change stuff about the characters or events or whatever. And you change it, and then you're like, well, people don't seem to like it. Of course they don't like it. But don't say shame on those people for not liking it. Shame on you for changing it. That's where the problem begins. You can't just take someone's thing away. You can't. It doesn't bear a resemblance. It's the same thing like sequel sickness. I talk about sequel sickness a lot, and that mostly deals with movies. But it happens with video games. So whenever you have something that's really popular, people try to keep enterprising off it. They enterprise off of it by taking shortcuts or changing the very fundamental reason it exists. They change characters, they change settings too much. Too much of that makes it into something new. And new isn't always better. Because people like something, they're bound to stick with it. You know, one of the main reasons people stopped watching The Walking Dead? It wasn't because it got bad. It's because characters died. When characters die, people had their reasons for watching the show, and if it was a particular person, well, that person's no longer around. So they stopped watching The Walking Dead. It has nothing to do with it being bad or good. It has to do with the entire reason they started watching it in the first place was for so-and-so. And if so-and-so is gone, they're less likely to tune in because they cared about that. I personally love The Walking Dead. I love watching characters go away. Why? It adds a level of layering. It's the same thing with Game of Thrones. There's layering. It feels real because you're watching time progress. You're watching characters leave. It is sad, but it's art. It's just art. Now, the case of The Witcher is not sequel sickness. The case of The Witcher goes to another step completely. They've just completely decided we don't want to make The Witcher. We want to make whatever the hell we want. And whatever the hell they want is not popular. So then they blame the fans for their decision. I cannot understand. People don't know what's good. No, they know what's good. They want The Witcher, and you're not giving them The Witcher. I don't know if I should start. Oh, that does no damage. I don't know if there's any safe way to fight the boss. This arena is designed for this. I still don't think I'm powerful enough to fight this guy. Which is a shame, because I need to fight him to win. Yeah, okay. We can't fight it. We've tried. I'm giving that my best foot forward, and the wand is just not hitting hard enough. Okay, so we should focus on other things. Like getting out of the shroud. What we need is a crap ton of levels, and currently trying to think of a way I can get a crap ton of levels. I mean, in reality, one of the things I can do is I can make my way over to the Highlands. Because if I go to the Highlands, I could probably unlock a tower there. Unlocking a tower gets us access to more places faster. What is going on in my game? There we go. Though we're not supposed to be in the Highlands, we can definitely take out enemies at the Highlands. But getting through the Highlands means we can get recipes for armor and such that we shouldn't have access to, which I do need armor to survive. I mean, we have no chest armor at the moment. We still have the ragged shirt. And this stuff is already outdated. I mean, the best thing I could do is get that, like, high-level recipe, but it would require an immense amount of luck in searching. I don't know if, that's worth my time, since it's so random. I'm just very passionate about cinema and fantasy, and when I see a deliberately dumb mistake being committed by these people that are in charge, they just don't have an idea of what makes that good. Angela back. Blackout of pure wokeism, even though in the book she's supposed to look a lot like yeah. Okay, yeah. I mean, yeah, that in itself is another problem. So when I say the words no, when I say Superman, what do you think of? First, you think of the symbol. You think of the cape. You think of the blue spandex, blue and red spandex, right? And then naturally comes, you know, what the human being themselves look like. Now, this has everything and nothing to do with race, but at the same time, Superman is Clark Kent. Clark Kent happens to look like a young white man with dark hair. That's who he has always been, right? Now, when you have a book, and it's not even a cartoon character, when it's a book, the book says this is what this character looks like, what do you think of? Well, you generally think of what the book is telling you. At what point is it right, like actually right, to change that character? Really think about that. Is that good? Is that a respectable thing to do? I mean, I'm white. So if somebody were like, we want to do a movie on you, and they make me some, like, Asian guy. Well, I have nothing against the Asian guy. Why am I Asian? I have to ask that question. Why are you making me Asian? If you're doing a movie about me, why'd you make me Asian? Why was the decision to do that? Of all the things you could have done. And don't say, they're a great actor. You know, don't use those terminologies. I'm sure these people are great actors and actresses. I've appreciated work that they've done. But when you use them for what they look like, I question everything you're doing. You gotta stop that, Hollywood. You have to stop that. Because you make these excuses, but we know the reason you're doing it. You're creating conflicts. Conflicts of choices. You say you do that, and then you change the entire story. So your entire point was to change the entirety of the thing that you had the rights to make in the first place. It no longer bears resemblance to The Witcher because of X, X, and X. And that's why you did it. And then you bitch and moan that no one likes what you made. Why didn't you just, I don't know, make the thing that you were supposed to make, that you said you wanted to make, right? Yeah, my chest armor is only cause. Well, no, my chest armor is crap. It's literally the tunic you start out with at the beginning of the game. I need to get better armor. Yeah, some scenes don't work anymore. And it all dates back to them making these choices. You know, X is the topic, we're going to change the topic. When we change the topic, we have to make a completely new topic. And then the new topic ends up being literally a billion times worse than anything that was written in the books or in the games. You can't do this shit. Could be accepted the entire movie was made in Korea. Yeah, see, there you go, right there. You could easily do a Witcher that takes place in Madrid and have everyone be, Spanish. You could have one that takes place, over in Africa. And it would be great. I think it'd be amazing. That's interpretation right there. But not switching people around and then changing the story to whatever you want it to be because you switched everyone around because, I think certain audiences will be offended by blah blah, so we're going to do blah blah instead. And it's more offensive. Why'd you do that? What was the decision making? And they won't tell you straight-faced why they did it. I'm sick and tired of that shit. I want to see a collective work that astounds us, that is based on... Look at Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings. What did he do? Research on Lord of the Rings. What else did he do? He accepted feedback from people who really knew Tolkien or really got into the works, looked into every angle he could. Now, he still didn't make a one-for-one, but that's nearly impossible because, again, one, there wasn't much body of work to begin with to showcase it, but then it's also like, well, also it's what people are capable of doing at the time. It's what money they could get of it. The money was the biggest problem. But they made something so unbelievably amazing, it will forever be remembered. Whenever you think about Lord of the Rings now, one of the first things that pops into your head is the movies. It's because he did such a great job of bringing that fascination, that belief of Middle-earth to life. When I think about The Witcher, I literally think of the first season. Because they did a good job of encapsulating, at least at the beginning, what The Witcher was. And then they completely muddied it up and destroyed it with choices. Too many choices, deliberate choices off of other choices that could have been avoided. You could have... Those cats suck. You could have kept with the books, kept with the games, pretty much one for one. And it's not impossible. Anyone who says, it's impossible to do that with The Witcher. No, it's quite possible. Because they've done it with Lord of the Rings. They did a very damn good job with Lord of the Rings. So why wouldn't they be able to do it with The Witcher? Hard to find people like Peter Jackson, unfortunately. No, exactly! Exactly! It is hard to find people like... But it's not hard to reach out to the fan base. Because the fan base has never been more accessible, right? Like... Again, I'm not a master of lore or knowledge when it comes to The Witcher, but I already know what worked for The Witcher and what doesn't. Look at the games. Look at the books. It's not hard. Stop saying I want to be the one that adds something to it and just take what's there and put it into visual. That's what your job is. It's not to make a new story. It's to find a creative way to add the stories onto film. If you want to desperately add something completely new, talk to people who know better. You must talk to people who know it. Because if you don't, it shows a lack of care and consideration for a franchise. You probably shouldn't be messing around with The Witcher if you know nothing about The Witcher. I'm a Star Wars nerd. I know a lot about Star Wars. Though I think the new trilogy was okay, I'm also on board with it's 100% an alternate reality. When they decided to basically bow down to the fan base and say, yes, you're right, it is an alternate reality, the main reason they came to that conclusion is because everyone didn't accept the world they were presenting. And it has nothing to do with Rey. It has nothing to do with all this stuff. It's a culmination of the choices you make and the outcome. The outcome was not desirable. You ruined it. You ruined it. You mean to tell me so-and-so's a master of the Force for blah 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 and couldn't discover how to heal themselves? And then this person, name withheld, just has it immediately? Sure. Alright, I'll believe that. No. Wrong. Wrong. Also, the fact they didn't use the pre-existing, agreed-upon lore of what happens in Star Wars, that hurts a lot. You know, there's a lot missing there. And think about The Witcher, think about the third game. You know, the games aren't technically in the books, but a continuation of the story. No, see, they did a good job, though, didn't they? Wouldn't you say that the games do a great job of reinventing the wheel, as if we will? I mean, I know it mostly through the games because I've watched people play games, but I don't know much about The Witcher. But I'll say right now, I think the games kind of hit home the very point of what the Witchers are, what this world is about. Yeah, see, it's like, you're a guy, you're making your decisions, but more often than not, it's like a choice of, how do I approach a situation with people living in a world coexisting with things? How often do I choose to be the bad guy or be the good guy? How often do I choose to make a decision that benefits everybody? If I know for a fact in my position that a monster isn't truly a bad monster, isn't even a monster, how do I help people while also helping myself and also helping, if applicable, the thing in question? You know, sometimes an animal wants to nest somewhere, and maybe it's a little destructive. Other times it's literally an abomination that refuses to die and has no purpose in this world. But that's the point of at least the games. What I get from the games is like that quandary of being supposedly the hero that no one asked for, Gotham, but also like trying to find that balance, because you yourself need to make your coin. And at the end of the day, if you slaughtered a bunch of townspeople because you're defending, you know, something probably can't defend itself, was it justified? Blah, blah, blah. How do you feel about it? That's more or less the meat and potatoes of what I see in The Witcher. And I know it gets deeper than that, and I know there's, like, all these other characters. I'm not saying other characters are unimportant, but I never remembered The Witcher being about, you know, wizards wanting to bang each other in their Hogwarts place, and the Witcher's feelings not being in consideration. That also seemed to be a thing of the show, is like, Geralt, you wouldn't understand because you're a man. It's like, what? Really? Are you seriously putting that out here? I think there's more emotion and feeling for Geralt in the games than the entire series combined. Like, he's not going to show it and wear it on his sleeve, but he has feelings. Jeez. The first one was kind of clumsy. Well, maybe they didn't have a good idea of what they wanted to do with the game series, but, like, it's just, I find, like, Hollywood's interpretations when it comes to shows, that's where it gets really messed up with a lot of things. They don't seem to understand what makes the big franchises as big as they are. I don't think it's rocket science to just take a moment to research something. Hey, we got the fertile dirt. Yay! I don't know what we'll do with it, but we'll find a use for it, I'm sure. Yeah, I mean, I feel like in the recent atmosphere of Hollywood, we've been robbed of so many good projects because people chose to make deliberate decisions that they probably knew were not going to be popular. They thought they were being brave about these decisions, but the product shows... I mean, you can't fix the damage if something is not well received. It is not well received. That's the outcome. The outcome is no one likes it, no one wants to deal with it. What have you done? And you can't try to reason and say, well, we thought... Well, no, you thought wrong. People are angry at The Witcher because you destroyed it. You literally destroyed it. I have to kill one of these to get its... Or, you know, that could just not... Why? Why would you come out that far just to slap me? Is there another one following me? I don't think so. We have to kill one of these chickens. I think it has things we need. I can't target it. It won't let me target it. What is with that? There we go. Well, okay. Can I loot this? There, we got it. Chicken soup. All right. Oof. Most producers don't want to search, they want to convey their message. Yeah, that's the issue. I mean, I've researched enough cinematography. I could be a fucking professor on this. I'd tell people right now, if you're gonna take a big IP that's well-known, well-received, and everyone knows it, people love it, don't tell your message. Tell the IP's message. Tell the story. Tell the story. That's it. People want the story. They don't want you to improvise. Because when you start improvising, you ruin the very point of it. You muddy it up. You change it too much. It will not be... It won't convey what it conveys now. That's not a good thing to change that. That's a bad thing. You're going to transform it into something that's not cohesive. Something that's... It's not going to be remembered fondly. Because time and time again, this has happened. This has happened to a lot of franchises. Big franchises get some young up-and-coming director or producer, and they're like, I have these big plans to change it, and then they do something tremendously bad with it. It's not well liked. Sometimes we can like as a collective whole, we can swallow certain changes. I'm going to use the Resident Evil movie series as an example. It is not Resident Evil. However, I don't like how Resident Evil went anyways. So, what is the Resident Evil movie series? Well, it is its own thing, and it's okay. It's okay. After seeing them all, I think it's okay. I like Mila Jovovich as much as the next person. I think she's an amazing actress. It's a good action series, good guilty fun, just smashing monsters and zombies, and a lot of guns, a lot of action sequences. It has some abysmal plot lines, but hey, I mean, it kind of owns it after a while. It's like, yeah, you know what? Screw it. A bigger gun, or psychic powers, or things like that. That's fine. We kind of gave up hope that it was going to be a one-for-one. They did a good job with that. They weren't trying to tell anything else in particular. They were just like, well, we don't have the writing team for this. We don't have all the time or patience. We don't even know if there's going to be another movie, so we're just going to do this. And people were okay with it. We swallowed whatever resemblance it would have. That's not the case with The Witcher. They had the money. They had the time. They could have gotten the writers. The first season was promising enough, but they chose darkness. They chose oblivion. They kept tinkering in the worst ways imaginable. And even when they were caught doing it, they doubled down and said, we're telling our story. It's not your story. None of this Hallmark crap, these warm fuzzy, no one has that for you. People are angry at you. People are seething mad. And then you fire somebody that otherwise is probably the only voice of fucking reason on the entire show. No one else wants to call that out either, even if they're on his side. You know why? Because they're terrified they're going to lose their job. Which I guess they should have been, because he would have fired them too. That would have been hilarious if everyone sided with Cavill. That would have been, honestly, so cosmically fitting. Everyone's like, no, screw you people. Start respecting the story. And then they start firing everyone, and they're like, what do? We're going to still make The Witcher 4, but it's going to be weird. We got all these weird people. I don't know. It's done with. The damage has been done. There is no Witcher now. It's over. It's completely over. Everyone knows it's over. The blood has been smelled. Smelled? Blood in the water. And that's what happens. I mean, I can respect the writers at, to some degree for sticking their ground, even if I disagree with the choice, because it directly impacts the show that I enjoyed. I mean, I think it's important to be able to stick your ground. It's just unfortunate that it chose to be something so important as a show that people enjoyed and that the actors really loved making for a time, is that you choose to sabotage it, and that's what you decide to stand your ground over. That could have been handled differently. But what do I know? I'm just a YouTuber. Difference is Resident Evil was always a mess since it only roots in some games, and then roots in the books like The Witcher. No, yes, that's true. There's more leniency there, and Resident Evil doesn't even know what Resident Evil is anymore. They keep retconning stuff. They keep bringing up stuff that really doesn't make sense. I didn't like where Resident Evil went in Resident Evil 4. I am not a fan of Resident Evil 4. I hate it. I hate it. I think it was the beginning of the end for Resident Evil. That's my opinion. I grew up with the Resident Evils, the original 3, and I think 3 was the best. But when it comes to the movies, I quite adore those now, because they don't have the leash of ownership. But the leash of ownership now has been tainted by too many retcons and too many differing opinions, that I think the series now survives in its own weird... And maybe, who knows, maybe The Witcher might have the same effect down the road, if the games and if the books take some very odd turns, different owners, whatever, different writers. That effect could take in place. But I doubt it, considering how well received the books and well received the games are versus the show. The opinion is that the show, whatever choices they made along the way, has turned into an abomination. And to the point of actually physically impacting the livelihoods of actors. Whereas in the case of Resident Evil, they never knew if it was going to be the final one. In fact, I think at one point they said this is the final Resident Evil, and then they made more. And now there's whispering that Mila even said something about she'd be willing to do another. So it's like, well, do you mean showing up as a cameo, or do you mean literally continuation of the series? That'd be kind of cool. Screw it. Guys, you winged it until you made it. You might as well. Not that games can't be a good route, but it's an uneven sort of games from the start. Yeah. No, I agree with that, because a lot of people say the first game doesn't really count because it doesn't really have a story cohesion in Resident Evil. But I mean, I didn't really play much of Resident Evil 1. Primarily, it's 2 and 3 that I remember the most. And I'll still say I think the first 3 games are superior in every way, shape, and form than the new stuff. I think the new stuff it doesn't understand where its roots came from. It doesn't know what it means to be Resident Evil. It's so much so that I've not even fancied going into Resident Evil at all as a result. Also, I guess it's not even my style of game anymore. They follow a certain theme that I just don't really enjoy, gameplay-wise. And I usually favor games like this that allow for more creativity and choices. Like right now, I'm making the choice to walk down this path, to go up to this tower to unlock the tower. That's my choice. I've decided to do it. I've geared up. I've, gained a level because of my choice. I like games that allow for just spontaneous choices. And Resident Evil doesn't really allow for that. I grew up with some of these games, but, I'm not beholden to them anymore. Your stuff gave good memes, though. Well, yeah, like Big Mommy, Dommy Mommy, Dimitrescu. But that's about all it has to offer, in my opinion. Bronze bars. Yippee. Won't be able to make those just yet, but at least we found some. Like, I don't really care so much about all the new stuff when it's the old stuff that really made the bed, basically, for it. I had a similar conversation with a friend about Sonic the Hedgehog. I grew up with Sonic and Tails, Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles, and Sonic Spinball. It was a very particular time period in Sega's history, and it was probably their best when it came to Sonic. When it came to Sonic. I can't talk. Sonic. When it came to Sonic. I think everything after the fact kind of lost its way. You add too many characters too fast. You add these weird pseudo plot points. Not that Sonic was really known for plot, but the gist of the plot, was kind of... Wow, that is a nasty one. How do I do that? Is there something I'm missing? Probably. I wonder if there's any, Whoa! There we go. Wait, I already got that one. The hell? Yeah! I did it again. There's a break in the wall. I see that. Or in the hallway. Hang on. Here I'm thinking about a blue hedgehog and his friends, and I'm trying so hard to be fast. Okay, so right here we do that. Right here. Aha! I was trying to gun it the whole way. That was my mistake. You never followed Sonic? Or you mean you did? You have to confess. Oh shit, there's a thing up there. Of course there is. If I jumped, it probably would have survived that. We're doing this tower. We gotta do this tower. First of all, we have to get our stamina. You have to roll. You can't make that. Got it. I feel the same way about Sonic. Sonic kind of lost itself as it went on, and it mutated into something kind of like Resident Evil, where it's not what it was. It will never be the same, both mechanically and story-wise. They have changed it for the worst. And I know there's going to be a lot of people that are going to disagree with that, but that's because they're probably a lot younger, and their Sonic was a particular Sonic. And I can understand that kind of sentiment, but when you talk about the chronology of an entire franchise, an entire how the hell? There's 2 more? Oh, there's one. We don't need the gold chest, but... How did I miss these? Wow. I mean... Yeah, no, it's better. It's better. It's better. Might as well replace our melee with that. No! Almost landed in the lava. You weren't much into video games when you were a kid. Your mom didn't want it. Ah. It's not bad for a game to progress in unexpected ways, but it has to be responsible hands. That's the thing, though. So Resident Evil, they went in a completely weird direction when it came to Resident Evil 4. In my opinion, it was a decision that probably was not ideal. Chemical base. Yay. It was not ideal. I didn't like it. I really did not like the direction Resident Evil went. To me, Resident Evil was always its own unique thing where you're trying to go through hallways and escaping that horrible dread of something being around the corner. I mean, conserve ammo and things like that. Resident Evil 4 was nothing like that. It deviated so hard that it, honestly, when I first saw the trailers for it, I was like, this isn't the same. This isn't even Resident Evil. This isn't. Nothing about it resembles Resident Evil. Don't really need the chicken ones. I want the experience scroll, because we need experience to level up. We'll take the health potion, which I'll probably end up using stupidly, but hey, it's fine. Don't need the wax. Easily get wax. The door is open. There's a bar. Okay, so we have to touch the thing. Easy. There's no reason to do that. It's fine. We made it. The end. But is it? Probably not. I mean, I could go on a massive rant about how, like, they screwed over Samus Aran as well. That is a character from my childhood that I really loved, and they destroyed everything that series was about. And I know they're trying desperately to make up for it now. They are trying their best. We found 10. Yay. Oh, fireballs. I did not have double jump the first time I ever did this. It makes it easier. Oh, shut the jaws of oblivion. Do not stand on the spikes. Unfair. That rope sucked. Hey, at least the doors don't slam shut. Okay. I ran a double jump. I don't know how I lived through that. Whew. get our stamina back. All I ever knew about Samus came from... Oh no! Oh no! Not much to destroy! Well, yeah, I will agree with you on that. Yes, not much to destroy after that, sure. Yeah, no, I grew up with the backstory, comic stuff, the games, which there were not many when I was young. So you had the original, which doesn't really tell you much about Samus, but all you need to know is you're a badass. And then there were the Game Boy games. There was Super Metroid, which really fleshed out the story. And alongside, you know, quite a few more things written about Samus and her life. And honestly, she's not a very interesting character, but what you need to know is she's a complete and utter badass. And around the time they made the Zero Suit Samus stuff, I forget which game that was, they started trying to add more to the universe that did not really belong. And they focused more on other characters and ideas outside of Samus. And that kind of detracted greatly from this character that we've known and loved for years. And then there was Other M. And Other M was literally the death knell of Samus. They absolutely took away Samus's, you know, intrigue and power. They literally just wrecked her. They wrecked her. In every way and example, they completely wrecked the character. It wasn't a great moment. I think the worst part is you have people that are like, Other M was the shit, and it's like, it really wasn't. It really was. I don't know where you got that from. It was disappointing. It was sad. Then you had people saying stuff like, why aren't there strong female leads in games around the same time? And if I were to reference Samus Aran, they'd say, you're just saying, you know, you're making up bullshit. She's a weak character. And it's like, you don't know the Samus that I knew growing up. She was basically Doom Guy. That's who Samus was. Doom Guy. Alien pirates dreaded alerting the hunter. They dreaded earning her ire because she was basically Doom Guy. Portable water pump. Wait, do I have a tanning station? I don't think I do. That's a drying rack. That's not a tanning station. Huntress? Do you not have a tanning station? Oh. See, if I can get the portable water pump, I can have a body of water. But I don't. I don't have it. Let's go see how much flax we can harvest. It's been a while. I had planned on working on our thing here. But, at the moment... Oh my goodness. Look at all that flax. It's all ready. We're not going to put it all in the tanning thing. We're going to take some and make more flax, but... Ooh, 228. Split the stack. Put 60 back in. We need farm soil, of course. Can I actually put the strawberries away for now? And I could have sworn I already... No, I hadn't actually put any in. Wait, didn't we? Didn't we get some linen at some point? What did we do? Also, I know I had a stack of strawberries somewhere, and I don't know where they went. There they are. I could have sworn I had more strawberries than that, but I guess not. Okay, Balthazar. Don't have a tanning station. See, I hate making the crappier stuff, but screw it. Delete. There. It's not much better. I don't think that's gonna make a huge difference for us. Wow. Is it nighttime? Yes, it is nighttime. It's the start of night. Doesn't feel like it. Weird. Alright. How's your character if you don't have that fancy cosmetic shining armor? Probably looks really dumb. I can't imagine your old shirt looks like that, like a character man has on right now. No, definitely not. It looked bad. Hence why I'm wearing the fancy stuff, because I can. I like this armor. It's cool looking. Okay, so we have stuff. To plant stuff. We need farm soil. We have a bunch of farm soil somewhere. Really should make like a chest for blocks, because I realize I could have a lot more room. What do we need for the big chest? Charcoal. Did I put any wood in here? I did not. I did not. Can we make one of those fancier chests? Blacksmith, like up. Wait, you're not the guy I talked to do that. No, it was always the dwarf. Always. Oh, we just need nails. That's why you have to constantly make these, because you will run out like crazy. Wake up! Wake up, man. Thank you. We need goo, which I really don't feel like making, plus one of these chests is going to be for blocks anyways, so it really doesn't matter. Okay. We're out and collecting stuff. That's going to be a lot better for us. Let's plant some of these first. My garden. I kind of wish it was like V-Rising, where you just plant it once and it has like a really slow like cooldown on growing again. Oh, it just died because I didn't plant it in the... Okay. Well, whoops. Didn't know. Alright. So we unlocked Highlands thingy. Unfortunately, it means the elixir wells are off limits at the moment. Hmm. Hey, Firefly. How you doing? Welcome. Now, wood with the most options is bamboo. I'd rather use boreal. I don't have access to it yet. I'd have to make a journey up there. I love that stuff too, but I'm gonna do something different this time. I'd have to go the hard way through Starfish Store. I can't talk. I swear my brain is fine tonight. Through the shores, up to the north for Boreal. Some automation would be nice. Don't want to farm critter parts for stun arrows. Can't do that in this game. There's no automation in this game. Unless you were clever and built your base next to a critter farm, but I don't care to do that. Okay, what do I want from this? I mean, there isn't much I can do until I clear the next level of Shroud. We can search around the towns and such. Oh, that's right. I don't know what's in it, but hey, let's go for it. Never mind. Yep, nope. I mean, it's not like we need a weapon upgrade. We have literally one of the strongest ones in the game, so... Actually, one thing I can do is if I get some advanced bars, like bronze and tin and shit. I see you, dog. These enemies are still gonna hurt, though, if they hit me. Ugh! Forgot they could jump now. I don't like that. Ah! We shouldn't be there. Are the NPCs random when you recruit them, or are they fixed for all games? These guys in my base, they are not random. Random when I find them because I could go different routes, but they are fixed. The blacksmith will always be the blacksmith. The farmer will always be the farmer. Balthazar will always be the Balthazar. You find them in very particular locations. There's also some others too, like random people, but they're not really that random. I say random because they don't do anything, but yeah, these characters are always who they are. The point is to make a village, and you utilize each of their skills for your own unique purpose. Silly flame upgrade requirements. Yeah, they get pretty steep over time. Okay, so I'm trying to... I mean, really, I have to gain levels now if I'm to fight that stupid giant frog monster. I need one more level to unlock stunning. I don't even know if that'll work on the boss. I don't think it will. And that's not going to help me because even if I get a critical strike, he can kill me with a single stomp. That would work, but it's not a lot of damage. Also, that's a whole nother area away. I want the stunning so badly. Hall's artifact. That's for the Highlands. We do quests in the local area. We get experience. Oh wait, I literally can summon the bard for experience. I mean, sure, I thought I already summoned the bard, but...
Uh-huh.
I guess not. What am I doing? Hey
Want
there.
to hear an early rendition? Oh.
Okay. Oh, yeah, the backpack. We could work on that. That'd be good. Gifts. Why did they add that? That's silly. I don't know what you do with these. Okay. We need reptile leather. And there's only one place we can currently get it safely. I say safely, it's not great, but we have to go to the swamp. And thankfully, we should have... Yes, we do. Cosmetic set? Yeah, thank you. Okay. We have to kill some of these things. With this new wand, it should be a little bit easier. Also, it's not nighttime like it was the last time. That was awful. Come at me. Come at me. Oh, they don't want to. Neat. I'm over here. Where are you going? Stinky. Ah! Oh my goodness. No, I'm jumping! Really? Oh my god. Yeah, I still think melee is the way to go in this game. I think everything else is woefully inept. Come on. Really? Oh my goodness. The hell? You're already down. Why are you taking damage? That was weird. Come on. Where are you? I need your leather. It is weird that you can attack them twice. It's because I can mine them or something? No? I don't know why that is. I wouldn't be able to tell you. Dang it. You really don't feel powerful as a wizard. No. No, you don't. It's not as strong as melee. Why'd you have to die there? Because I made it so. Oh, that's why you can destroy their bodies. You're supposed to use them as like a stepping stone. That's why you can break them. Not that that would serve a purpose for you, but you could troll your friends. I saw you. Nope. Where? Where? Stop doing these false attacks. Thank you. I'm certain I'm gonna need a lot of this stuff, but I don't know. I think that was all of them. Let's see how much that makes. There are other places to get them, but certain builds have certain building blocks that come later, so early game wizard is rough. Yeah, I mean, I expected that. It's just, in terms of the melee combat, early game, you get a strong weapon, you're able to just mow through enemies like there's no tomorrow. Every point in strength, every point in constitution, you're able to sustain and just slaughter things in a large radius. I mean, the attacks, the melee attacks, as they stand, like, that's a lot of enemies if they're in front of you. Most enemies in the game seem to tend to gravitate towards the player, rush you. We're talking about critters, we're talking about the fell, we're talking about the hollow, and even just one dodge roll out of a single, like, attack string, and then just following up with quick strikes, you can kill, if not just completely maim, a great variety of enemies. Whereas with magic, well, the wand, free but quick, is not very strong. Even with this, like, high-level wand, it's still not very strong. It's still single target. The staff, magic takes time. They had to buff the speed, the base speed of which you cast. And they even buffed the damage of spells. It's still not enough. And I am still not a fan of the limited magic stuff. Like, I think having to build spells is terrible. Portal Knights didn't have that. You just had to build them once and you were done. This game is like, well, you've got to build them multiple times. I don't know. I think they should copy what they did in Portal Knights, transfer that system over to this. That's just my opinion. I think it would work better. Drying rack. Reptile leather. Of course I need salt. I ran out of salt. I know I ran out of salt. We did just toss some salt that we received earlier, too. Okay, well, the good news is I know where there is a salt mine. The bad news is we have to go there. I have to beat the one-hand spam. I know. Yeah, exactly. It's one-handed or two-handers. They're too strong. They're just too strong. I know archery is really good, too. But there is a problem with archery. If you snipe too far away, enemies will just start rapidly, like, leashing and regenerating all their health, which is not good. So archery can be a little bit of a test at times. Yeah, it's down there. Get on that hill and try to jump down. Pew, pew, pew. I wouldn't have thought that Valheim's magic system where you only need special food is better than building individual spells. I still love that mod that transforms Valheim into a class system. I thought that was really good. I don't know if the mod maker ever revisited it. I know he still makes mods occasionally, but he hasn't, as far as I've seen. He might have. I stopped looking a few months ago, but he might have revisited it. I don't know. Because that was cool. It's like, you want to be a wizard? You want to shoot fireballs and stuff? You want to be a druid and turn into an eagle? That was so fun for Valheim. Why couldn't they do that with this game? You want to turn into a frickin' crow? No, better yet, an owl. Me an owl. Hoot hoot. Hoot hoot. What was that? Ah! I've come for your salts. And there's a chest. It's something I'm going to immediately break down because it's garbage. yourself a favor. Build a base near a salt mine. Because you will deceptively need this stuff. You don't think you do until you do. Symbols are never fun unless they're the Estus flask. Like, I get why some people go to this magic system where their magic spells are consumable. I get it. But you already have a mana bar. Why do you need consumable magic if you have a mana bar? Commit one way or the other. Get rid of the magic bar and keep the consumables. Or get rid of the consumables and keep the magic bar. I would not say magic is more powerful than melee. I will always say melee is more powerful than magic in this game. And that's just one of the reasons it is. I mean, this system of spells for crafting, I think the first place I ever saw it was Dark and Light. And that is not a great game. That's a dead game. It's a dead game. Literally, Snail Games just stopped making it. Because they're a bad company, but that's a different rant. The thing is, like, I didn't like that system back then, and I most certainly don't like it now. I don't know why Enshrouded already had a good system in place in Portal Knights, you know, the Enshrouded team. Why they had a good system, and they chose to do something different with magic. It doesn't make magic as fun. I'm still committing to it. There may come a time on one of these streams I get so fed up I go bows or melee. It's bound to happen. I'm trying my best. Another thing is, too, you can't, like, cross certain, like, abilities. So, whenever a weapon says does magic damage, well, it's true the weapon is doing magic damage, even if it's not a magic weapon. But any magic damage boosting effect does not affect that weapon, which is weird. It should. Like, if I look at this really quickly, so magic weapon damage, shock damage, ice damage, fire damage, none of that applies to magic. You know, this is shroud damage, but let's assume it was, you know, any of the other elements. That would not get boosted by that tree. And that's how I went into the game thinking it would work, because I love Diablo. I love, you know, other RPG games that let you do crazy synergies and things. I mean, I play ESO, Elder Scrolls Online, and there's some really cool synergies you can think of in your head and actually apply practically. You can't do that in this. Why is that not a thing? These could be made... Oh. These could be made 10 times more powerful if you actually applied them as a whole to every weapon, not just wands and staves. Because no one really wants to use the wands and staves if they keep running out. Or, you know, you're only single target, you're only hitting one enemy at a time. Ugh. I don't know. Mana or consumables, not both. Yeah, because why do you have the mana? If, you know, it's limited to that. No, I get like you have the unlimited spells that still cost mana. But why not just make them all unlimited? Make the higher levels of the unlimited harder to get? Remove the whole number system here of, like, you need to craft these to do that. You could rework magic and make it really good. See, in Portal Knights 2, if I think for the most part, if I remember, there wasn't any of this charging crap. It was you cast a spell, your character does a set animation for said spell. So something like a chain lightning would take a little bit of time, and then bam, you'd hit everything in front of you. A meteor would be like, you do this swirl, and then this giant ball appears above you and just slams on an enemy. It felt really necessary and fun using different spells. But again, all you had to do was craft one of them. I swear, if I go back to that game and they've changed it to mirror this game, I'm going to be very upset. Why? Why would you do that? Physical damage only affect melee. So it's yeah. See, that's another thing I've heard about that. I haven't played much for the archer, but like, it doesn't cross over either, and it should. It should cross because then it makes building your character even more fun. There's less choice than the game lends you to believe. Now they've talked about increasing the skill tree. I mean, they did recently add some extra nodes, but they didn't add enough. Like, I would like to see a whole nother tier added. Maybe add like a ring, and this is like the base game stuff, and then there's a thing that, like, for magic it says you no longer consume spells. Or a thing for archers that's like you have a chance to not consume arrows and all other kinds of crazy boosters. But melee is just so inherently good in this game. If you want to have an easy time, just go melee. About the only time you're not going to have a good time with melee is the dragon fight. But I can't really be an expert on that since I have not fought the dragon yet. I just know you need range to get it to knock out of the sky. So you have to have something to throw at it to have it land. Have we run out of salt? There has to be more salt. Let's get our shroud stuff fixed. Ah, we're dying. Let's climb up there a moment. This area is like a death sentence because you're trying to get salt. They know you're going to need salt. So naturally, you're going to come back for the salt. But then, of course, it's in a shroud, and there's no easy way back up. So you really have to plan ahead and build your way up. Oh, get your stamina back up. Come on. You can do this. I believe in you. Throw your sword. That should be an ability. That'd be cool. That'd just be fun. Throw your weapon at an enemy. It does like a shit ton of damage. It's a high chance to crit. Of course, then you have to wait for it to return to you, but still, you can hit enemies on the way back too. Safer and closer to fresh air, but has less veins. This area? This area is not close to air. If I dig up, I can get to air. That's what I'm trying to do before I suffocate, but... This area is like a deep valley. I don't see any way up. At least I've never mapped it out fully. I don't see any way up. So I'm making one. And there's that tantalizing little scaffold there that doesn't go anywhere. Okay. Alright. Let's get some more... Ah, there's one of those. Just wondering. Could I please have some salt? And not this nonsense. I did not sign up for these many enemies. But I totally did. Salt, 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 salt. There's salt there. A lot of salt. Out. Oh, why I'm running so much. They don't do that much damage. They're just running, man. Ow. Why did you do that? Why would you do that? Just get our stamina back. I don't want to have to make another salt trip for a very long time. I know it'll happen. I'm aware it will happen. You know, I was just wondering. One thing we can do to make that boss fight easier, I can kill a bunch of crabs up in the north, and they give me a ton of health. But I can also gather a bunch of shiitake mushrooms, although I can't... Can I cook mushrooms? I think I can, actually. I can cook the mushrooms, and that would give my character a ton of magic damage. Maybe the stats will weigh out. I know I used some of the crab meat before, but I didn't have the damage. Because we could boost how much damage we're dealing to that giant boss. We'll see, we will see. You know the spawn location at the very start of the game. Head northeast from there, or southeast from the first well. It's called Saline Quarry. Northeast. Somewhere around here, you're saying? Or over here? Yeah, I never... Didn't even know that was there. You know why I probably didn't even bother to look over there? Because during the demo, everything past this was Red Shroud. You weren't allowed to go that far, so I've always kind of like ignored this area. I do realize there's a flame shrine over there now. Kind of got imprinted in my head. I just don't want to deal with it. I really should go exploring at some point. At least for the most part, I think this will serve us well. But I'll definitely have to look at that at some point just to have a better area, because this area kind of stinks. Oh no. Wait, that's underground, isn't it? Is it? No, this is out. Yeah, this is where I jumped across. Okay. Best magic system is Daggerfall. It's the only game where you can fireball while levitating. No, you can do the Morrowind. Your mana doesn't regenerate. Also in Morrowind. Actually, funny story about Morrowind. You were supposed to be able to regenerate magicka. You were supposed to be able to. It's literally written that... like the strategy guides and online stuff, you should be able to regenerate it. But no matter what it tells you, you cannot without modding it. And I always mod it. I always give myself some kind of custom birth sign whenever I play Morrowind, just to have passive mana regen. Fortifying Acrobatics 500, where I stop it. Get out of my bed! This isn't your bed! Oh my god, I have to make her a bed. I am so mad at her. That's my room. My bed. It's where I sleep. They still need a proper room. Get out of my bed. It's my bed. It's not even my full-time room, but it's mine for now. Daggerfall and Morrowind. Yes, yes.
loved Morrowind. I love playing that multiplayer too. That was so fun. I'm just so sad that that RP server died off. Oh, that was so fun. It all was brought low by a single player who decided to metagame and break everything. Literally gets into a duel to the death, acknowledges that it's going to be a permadeath situation. He gets completely owned by somebody, and then he just says, but because of magic and because I'm the new god of the world, I can't die. And you know what the admin said? Wow. And that's all he said. Wow. Didn't ban him, even though it's explicitly written if you try to, like, rain-hold the entire experience. He broke other rules, too. He was, like, using, what was it? The location. There's like, data that gets shared through a server config thing. He was using that to locate people, and he was slaughtering them, and then he was claiming that they were perma-killed. He followed Bane around like he was a lovesick puppy, and he kept butchering Bane. And that wasn't the only person he did that to. He did that to a bunch of people. Coward wouldn't fight me in combat because my character was a I didn't realize I had a opening there. Uh-oh. I'll fix that another time. It's all gonna be wall. My character was a werewolf, and it didn't matter what kind of spell reflections he had. I could rip him in half with a single swipe. I tried to fight him. He ran. He ran every time. Mom said it's my turn posting. Also, mod Daggerfall, I have mana regen. That's how it should be in Elder Scrolls. What game are you talking about? Morrowind multiplayer. Morrowind multiplayer. There was a server that I joined that was RP. Heavy lore RP stuff. I played a Nord, ex-Skull, Daedra Worshipper, Hirsine, werewolf. And there's this guy that showed up towards the end of that season that I played. I guess it was like their 4th season or something like that, and they planned on going for a while. But this individual, he showed up and he's like this dark elf heretic. And that's what he labeled himself as, the dark elf heretic. He started spewing all this nonsense about, like... And I mean, I guess that's the most lore-accurate thing he did. He was trying to claim the Tribunal are not gods, which truly they're not. Of course, doing that, acknowledging it publicly in that time period, if you do that in a town center, the guards will put you to death. So that was a little hinky there. He should have been dragged away kicking and screaming, but for some reason the admin didn't see that necessary. And then this guy who was literally poor as shit, like his character was a pauper, starts acquiring all this strange wealth in the game and properties and magic items. And then he gets this cult forming. Whatever. Well, I RP'd with a bunch of my friends that there's a bunch of people that were not happy about his presence. And we ended up destroying it. I single-handedly destroyed his convent. I killed all of his followers. What does he do? It never happened. It was a dream. And the admin's like, well, no, it clearly happened. You lost your convent because a monster ripped in the middle of the night and killed everyone in their sleep. Okay, well, if that's the case, then I'm going to go out and start challenging people 1v1. And he started hunting people down and claiming that he perma-killed them. When he was basically sneak attacking them the entire time with spells, using his, 600 plus acrobatics, flying across the map, just spam firing fireballs everywhere. That's not RP. That's just stupid. He then also had, nearly 100% spell reflect and all this other bullshit. At one point, he kills Vivek and claims himself the ruler of all of Tamriel. And I don't know how he didn't get a ban from all the other little things he did, but whatever. Could never get used to Morrowind. It's too ugly. I think it has its charm. It's what I grew up with. The bow is in the wrong hands. I forgot which hand the bow's in. Which hand? You're gonna make me look this up. Morrowind bow gameplay. I can't look up a video because it will probably play music, but... Oh, God. Wait, is that's accurate? So, your character's normally right-handed in Morrowind. Unfortunately, in the game, you're holding the bow in your right hand. Now, if you're right-handed as a bowyer, you should be having it in your left hand to pull out the arrow to aim with your right. Because you're not technically aiming with the bow, you're aiming where the arrow is resting. Because you want the arrow to fly straight. Ooh, yeah, that irks me now. Why did I never notice that? Thank you for that, Quarantine. You just gave me nightmares. What am I going to do? I was just planning on doing something. Oh, that's right. We're waiting for the leather. Why are we waiting for the leather? I already forgot why I was making the leather. I think it had something to do with progression. Didn't it? It was the bag! Where'd the bard go? Ma'am. We needed the bag. Look at that. Heck yeah. And I can literally just destroy the old bag. I don't need it anymore. Okay. So that helps us. We still need the head. But I'm going to collect a bunch of these mushrooms. And we're going to try to get more grilled crab meat. Because these could easily lend me a victory because of how powerful they are as a buff. For some reason, the early 3D didn't bother me in Neverwinter Nights. It did in Morrowind. Was it because the human body parts in Morrowind were comprised separately, so it kind of looked like you're walking sides of ham? That always got me. That was a bit strange. Okay, so we can find the shiitake mushrooms by the bamboo. We need to find copious amounts of bamboo, and there'll be a bunch of mushrooms. Hello, little guys. Hey there, how you doing? It's okay, I'm a friend. You know, I could live over here. I'm choosing not to. Is this thing edible? I don't think it is. Oh, it's ginger. Duh. It is edible. It will not help us, though. I am looking for shiitake mushrooms. There they are. We're going to cook a whole bunch of them. I don't want to use the ones we have in storage. There's no good reason for that. I just, you know, rather have some that I could turn into something later. What's this? That was just a plant. Plant? Yep, just a plant. Okay. Mushrooms? 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 There might be other places these grow, but as far as I can tell, they grow near bamboo here. We're collecting daylilies too, so. Taro. What's taro do? Huh. That might actually be really good. I don't know. We'd have to cook it. I don't know if we can cook it the way we can cook other things. We'll have to find out. What was that? There's something in there. How is taro in real life? I've never had it. do 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 do. That's not a thing we can harvest. Do, do, do. Gotta find more shiitake mushrooms. Oh, crab. Had to find crab. Schmack. Kind of funny if they actually took like lobster claws and smacked them in front of the microphone for that sound. Took like some nice root and just cracked it over the microphone. Maybe a big carrot. You're so quick. I mean, if you just stand still like that, it makes this a lot easier for me. Capybara, 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 capybara. Capybara. There's a ghost? If we're careful, we can actually take her out. You just have to outrun the attack. Drop something good. You are the worst. No, capybara, no! Run! Ah! Oh my goodness. Oh! Oh my god, we took out one. Heck yeah, we got obsidian, which I didn't really need, but we got claws, which we apparently didn't really need. You're free. You're free. Run. No healing? No. No healing. Fireball 4. If I could make that, I probably can't. If I could make that, my taro root. Sir. This is with the music. The sounds of hell just opened up. What is with that music? You hear that, right? The taro root. Ugh. Have gold on you. Gold, gold, gold. He had gold! Gold! I love the gold! I can make a heart pillow. Yay! Enormous magical chest. Something I will not be able to make. No doubt. Does rub? Why it pink? Kind of want to see why it pink. We can't kill two. There's no way we can kill two at the same time. Also, we're out of stamina. We're dead. We're dead. We are 100% dead. Oh, stinky! Ooh, imagine if we get some of that, though. What kind of recipes can we unlock? I would look at chat, but at the I can look at chat. Does that pole arms? Pole arms? I don't think there are pole arms in this. I mean, there's like big two-hander axes. I don't think there's like actual spears or anything. Unless there's like a secret weapon I don't know about. Capybara. Capybara, capybara, capybara. Oh my god. Fight each other. Fight each other. Crab them. Crab them, boys. Crab them. Are you telling me they're friends of the crabs? They are friends of the crabs. They're like dogs to them. You shall not pass, crab. Polearms in Morrowind. Morrowind had polearms. Yes. I think it was the last Elder Scroll game to actually have real polearms. I'm sorry. Why is he so injured? No, don't target the new one. Target the one that's injured. Ooh. Dang it. We'll never know. I just want to touch the mushrooms. I mean, I need the crab meat too. But... Stop it! He's having a very crabby day. Why? Why must I always piss you off? Okay. Snicker. Uh-oh. He didn't hear us. What I'm trying to do is get close enough to the shroud, because this thought is emerging in my head that I could probably get something cool if I'm just on the edge and I reach in and grab something. First of all, is the dirt special, or is it just gross looking? I think the dirt is just gross looking. Yeah, it's just gross looking. We can't get to any of the shroud wood because I don't see any. However, there is a mushroom here. Okay, hang on. Oof, that's a vicious one. Pink mushroom meat. Okay. Wait, we just picked that up? Oh, you do. Okay. Leave now. No shoot. Real good. It's just a normal tree. We're dead. My greed exceeded my grasp. But maybe that is still there. It's right there. It dropped tropical wood. Are you kidding me? These trees like resistant to the shroud? What's this? Okay, well, we're not getting any recipes out of the pink mushroom meat, but it was worth a shot. Hello, Cappy. How you doing? Capybara. Capybara. Maybe we kill this lizard dude. He has a family. Okay, let's head back. I got a lot of things, not as many mushrooms as I was hoping for, but we got the taro root. It's really an experiment. I want to see how much better we do against the boss when we have these different foods active. We're gonna have to cook them, of course. So, I mean, I don't even know if I can cook half the stuff, so we're gonna have to find out. We cannot cook the taro. That stinks. Roasted shiitake mushroom. Nice. I mean, this gives us our damage. I was curious to see what the taro would do. And I don't think I can put it in there and cook it, but I could be wrong. Because there are specific containers that you can cook in. You can make coconuts. Coconut milk. That's just stamina regen, though. Crab meat's better than all that. Wait, I could just put... So I can cook this. Okay. Let's get some more water to put in that. If we take that water, though, we'll be out of water. So let's just go fill up canteens elsewhere. Alright. Alright. Okie dokie. Onward to the watering hole that we know so well. I also gotta see what that gold recipe got us. Not that we can smelt it or anything, but... Actually, wait, that might have gotten us nothing. Because it's not smelted gold. We could still find smelted gold if we went back into, like, the villages and whatever, but... We still have to fight our way through all that. Again, like, trying to get high-level resources is hit or miss. We're either going to get really lucky, or we're going to get nowhere. But I think the foods, at least, here, these are, like, very clear and present buffs we can use. They're going to get us some, probably, leverage over the boss. already fully... You're empty! It says it's empty. It was being bogus. Today it's sequence breaking. This is take what you can get. Still, I recommend a bow and a few dozen arrows. I want to try magic though. I really want to do this with the magic. This is the kind of game I don't care if it's sequence breaking. That'll take a minute or so. Can't really do anything with the ginger at the moment either. Okay, so... Curiosity, sir. Have I unlocked anything new with you? We got the enormous chest, which we will not be able to make until much, much later. Good to know. A water barrel. Do you actually... It stores water! And we unlocked this, finally! What the hell? It took the bronze bars. Okay, I kinda wanna make that, so... To do that... We literally just need charcoal, so we're gonna go get some wood really fast. Do 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 do. Down we go. Far away from home. You literally didn't drop wood, you dropped twigs. You once again dropped twigs. Drop wood. I'm feeling very defeated right now. I'm just gonna stay away from the thin trees and go for these like thicker ones. The big ones won't give us wood. They'll give us hardwood. Which I don't think we can use for charcoal. Maybe we can. I don't know. Haven't tried, frankly. Maybe I should try. I'll chop up some of them and see if we can convert it over. I was gonna say, is that wood gonna drop? Okay. Like last week, the headshot's only weapon that can headshot is a bow. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense, but it's like I don't want to have to deviate too far from my plan, but okay, so you can put any kind of wood log in there. Got it. I don't just need normal wood. Okay. I could even put the tropical wood in there. But we're not going to. We don't have much we can do with these lilies at the moment, but I know eventually we'll need them. Probably. didn't kill any crab when we were out there. That's right. We have some charcoal. Probably don't need 2 of these. But just because we will. Oh shit. Oh, you can actually see them filling. Yeah. That's useful. I like that. Okay. No, wait, we did kill crabs. What am I talking about? I have crab meat right there. I'm gonna just reposition myself here. In case I don't hear the cue, I can see it change. Because you can destroy food, I think, by cooking it too long. Why do you have an error message every time you chat for the first time? I don't know. If you're using, like, any kind of blockers or whatever, that might do it. Or it could just be where you're typing from. But I'm not really an expert on that. This I do not know. We have our springland dirt here. Yeah.
Seems to be better. It's not every time. Yeah. It happens here and there, I'm sure. I don't know why, though. I don't understand. The more you think you know about the internet, the less you know. Things just going down lately. Websites, functions. It's anybody's guess as to what's causing it all. Could be just one bad line of code. Could be planned obsolescence. I don't know. Let's see. I really wanted to work on building today, but I just don't have the room. So, if I started this, we would need our base line. Let's assume that's the edge right there, because it pretty much is the edge. So right around there. I'm trying to map this out in my head, which is not going to be entirely accurate, but... And then there. So that's a pretty good distance. I was really planning on starting this secondary build with the other things. So in order for this kind of distance here, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, give or take, somewhere 4.5. So we start by putting a thing somewhere over here. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's roughly the same width. Let's get some stone really quick. Ah! Curse you! Gravity! The pigs! But this time I'm stronger. Remember me! I'm the one who knocks. I don't even need your food anymore. Oh, he came back. You're nothing if not astute. Go away. Go away, pig. Not even here for you. Alright. So. I got the stone. Really? I could just teleport. My house is right up there. I could have just teleported. It's fine. Gravity, the ultimate boss. Yes. Always hard to find just the right location to make big bases. I keep defaulting Pillars of Creation, volcano capped town. Sounds awful. You gotta find your own place. You gotta think real hard about it. What do you want? What do you want to work on with it? Okay, so if I screw this up, I'm going to be wasting a lot of Shroud stuff, but the good news is I don't really need the Shroud stuff for anything at the moment, so this is not the full range of what I can build. Let's just keep that in mind. But if I upgrade the next tier completely, it'd be a lot larger, but I think we can get away with building... I was actually hoping I could build it across completely, but I guess we're going to have to rely on it growing to that size. Really? Really? No, I didn't mean to eat the crap! It's fine, we got more. Don't we have more? We cooked crab. Oh, yeah, that was the stack. Okay. I mean, do I still want to do a bridge? I think a bridge would be really cool. But now I'm not so certain I have enough to do it with just two. At the same time, I probably do. So from here to roughly around here is our current. If I put an altar down here, it definitely guarantees that they touch each other at some point. Let's go get some shroud cores and such. And I could still build this out further. I could connect to that island I keep talking about later, if I so desire. I'm not here for you people, you peasants. I'm here for my shroud cores. So yeah, your first building zone is always a little dookie. Then you start upgrading it. It gets crazier. It gets to that size, which is already putting it... making it look weird. Why is it doing that?
Why has it got this weird... I mean, it's almost already across the way. Why is it doing that, though? That looks a little weird. And it's not connecting at this distance just yet. So we'll have to upgrade. And then they'll be kissing each other. They'll definitely touch. Darn it. Screw it. Okay. I'm curious, what happens if I go into Shroud territory that's mine? Do I still take Shroud damage? You do. No, you don't! Again, why is it only doing that? That's weird. Yeah, see, the second I step out of it. I mean, do we still want to build a bridge over there? So as I mentioned earlier in the series, I don't have a particularly good reason for building a bridge. It just would cut a lot of this land divide. So we have this thing here. It's really just for aesthetics now if I want to build across. It would look really cool. But whether or not it serves an actual functioning purpose. Can you build? I should be able to. I heard you could. We just found out that at least I don't take Shroud damage. Because, I mean, if I build down there, that looks really cool. And I've been saying for a while I really like that island. I could build something over and around that. So I don't know if I alter my secondary plans, which was to build a big bridge, or not. We could still claim, like, this area as well as it grows. Do I want to commit to that right now? I mean, let's go test that theory about building, but I believe I didn't take anything with me, did I? No. Wait, can I teleport while I'm in the Shroud here? You can. Okay, that probably means I can build. Because the flame supersedes the Shroud. I'm lazy. I mean, something that this area has going for it is kind of the Campbell's soup, which is its own kind of like light block. You cannot build. That is actually sad. Okay, so you cannot build. See, I had assumed you'd be able to build. I don't know what's going on with my map there. I'm thinking something got bugged out. Do we want to do this? See, I love the idea of having a big bridge, but... No, I don't have to. Screw it. Don't have to do this, but I will. See, building over here, this is already close enough. I mean, can I make another altar right this moment? No, but we could easily do it. We can still have both locations. We don't need this thing here either. Can completely destroy that. And this one. And that one. Man, there's a lot of them. There's so many of them. Okay, so I can totally do this. So the line is... Where is the line? Line is somewhere around there. It's right up there. I should definitely be able to kiss the line completely and just merge the two territories. Where to put it? Part of me wants to put it lower? Just to get more... Well, I don't think it matters since it is so close to the shroud line as is. Nah. Okay, so that'll definitely connect. Let's connect it right here. We gotta make more, but we have plenty of stuff to do that, so. There's two nice building areas, but they won't help for the bridge. Yeah. I don't know if I'm gonna commit to the bridge now. I mean, I can still build a small bridge here, but my idea was a bridge that goes somewhere. And now, like... I don't know, I think I'm kind of sort of thinking about doing away with that very idea. My original plan was to have this be where the castle was. I could build around these giant trees. Wait, I don't have enough? Are you kidding me? I thought I had enough. Well, let's go and kill some fell and get some juice. Why not? You should drop the juice. No, drop the mushrooms, not juice. I can easily get the juice. We are going to need these tusks from, like, boars. If we see boars around here, we're going to have to kill those. Flowers don't give the shroud spores. It's the actual fell enemies. There you are. Those. There's one. The hell? Excuse me? Oh, he didn't drop anything. Of course, they're not all going to contain a person.
go to the Alchemist Tower, though? That whole area has a bunch of them. Oh! There we go. Yeah, duh. Fluid. We need the fluid. Sir. No. Gotcha. Of course you wouldn't drop the spores when I need you to. There's enough of them here that you should drop it. So much stronger than you are now. Okay, I couldn't cast it for some reason. That's weird. Can I please? There we go. Oh! Ah! No, I needed more. I needed more. Was it enough? Who knows? See my question about the boss, or was it deleted too? Will you fight the boss today? I tried fighting him and I died. That's why I was collecting that stuff. And while I was waiting, I was doing this stuff. Speaking of which, I'm gonna try again. Because I need the mushrooms for the damage. We've got some of that tea for health regeneration, but we've got ourselves some crab meat for health. And I'm hoping the combination of everything is gonna let me actually destroy him. There we go. Okay. So that puts us at... Is it not touching? It's still just a little bit off. No! It will guarantee touch. It will touch, though, when they're maxed out. Okay. Yeah, there's no way that these don't combine. Because the last level is even higher. There's going to be overlap. Like, a lot of overlap. I mean, this would also just enable us to build, like... So, what we could do for the castle is it starts building from up... Actually, how's this going to look? Is this even going to merge with that other spot? Not particularly, because that spot's over there. We could always move that spot to somewhere over there to have a huge yardage here. I think that's going to determine how we feel. Also, that's a lot of copper we're going to have to mine. I'd like to mine it, but I don't think we even need it. I said we go fight the boss here in a moment, though. I just did what I wanted to do there. Alright. Let's figure this out. I could have sworn I had like a stack of all this junk somewhere. I don't know exactly. I was certain I did. Alright. City blocks. tea, crab, and shrooms. They should be different stacks. Let's check our water before we, what's our water looking like? Oh, yeah. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. I just realized we're gonna want the tea. Oh, well. Maybe it'll let me drink the tea since the tea's better. I don't know. Who knows? Let's go this way. Game doesn't simulate physics. It's like Minecraft. You could make floaty islands. I could. I don't want to. I could do that. But when I do that in my mind, I have to make a reason for it to float. So I'd probably want to make giant, like, crystals underneath. And that would be a lot of extra work for something. I didn't even know this entrance was here. I keep, like, jumping over the wall. Frankly, I like jumping over the wall. What am I doing? You know how to climb. What's with you, Garrett? Come on. Woohoo! Ah! Mistakes were made! Okay. Running out of stamina is great. Love it. I cannot believe that thing is still chasing me. Let's go, let's go, let's go. There's another one, always. All right. You are seriously following me all the way up here. Go back to sleep. No. All right. Eat this. Eat this. Well, damage didn't improve by much. I mean, it's enough that we're... It's enough that we're doing something, but... These stupid bugs. Lucky. Don't you dare jump at me. The jump attack is the worst. It's like nearly impossible to dodge for me. I don't know why. Oh my god. Oof. make any bandages because I'm stupid. Come on. Come on. Good boy. I cannot believe we survived that. Or that. Come on, jump, jump. That's not ideal. This is bad. Really bad. Oh, come on. Okay, he's gonna jump. Weren't for these stupid bugs, I could hit him more. Oh, come on. What was that? A new attack? Yeah, we did it. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, so the boost in damage really helped. Hey, Commander's Ring. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. We're gonna collect all the bug goo, because... Oh, it's not letting me collect it. Oh, goodness. Get yourself water aura. I've been looking at water aura, but I'm committed to getting, like, the stun first. I like the water aura, but I want to stun enemies. At least I'm assuming I can stun them with the wand, and I don't really need anything past this point. That's always tempting, too. Let's get our... we're going to need that one way or the other. I want to go down this route. Yeah, see, that's very powerful in this regard. Even increase shroud damage. Are you saying spell? This doesn't count as, like, spells? I mean, I guess I'm gonna find out. See, that's my problem that they keep doing with this game is, like, they want you to build these cool characters and these cool builds, but you can't. So if this can't stun them, then I'm gonna be a little miffed. I guess I'm about to find out the hard way. Now, outside the cosmetics, I don't know if there's a reason to come up here. It might be a bit of lore, who knows. Yeah, because there's a chest full of king stuff here, which is purely cosmetic. Ah!
as a reason to come up here at the moment. Wow. That looks cool. Look at that sword. Wow. Wow. I'm gonna break it down. Actually, which is stronger? Technicality, it's the great sword, but White Wolf's sword is higher level. Doesn't really matter. Poison damage. That's kind of cool. I mean, we can put them both away if we want to. Health, mana, stamina. But I like regeneration better. At the very least... Can you respect? Yes. Yes, you can. Yes. I guess we're gonna have to test that out, see if we can stun some things here. I just want to put this away. 1 second. So we have the Wyvern Head, which is used in strengthening the flame, which we only have to do once. So, goo, corrupted boar tusk, copper. Can easily get some copper. Some goo, and we gotta get more of those tusks as well. Is it just me, or were the corrupted boars so much easier to come by in the past? They seem harder to find now. Alchemist Balthazar to make more goo. That is not the alchemist, sorry. You look like him for a moment with your robe. Where did he go? Man. There you are. I really should just move all their stuff upstairs. Bug dust. Shroud mushrooms. Strengthen the flame. Oh god, I gotta make so many of those. Okay, take out more of those bugs too, which is going to be really, really, really irritating. Let's get our daylight in, shall we? I'm glad we took out that boss. Very irritating boss fight when you don't have the proper weapon. Again, I think magic is really kind of weak at the moment. We're about to find out if our stun thing works. We're going to go fight some stuff, see if we get some procs here and there. Unfortunate thing about, looking for bugs, it's not many, 100% memorized areas. I don't remember any guaranteed places for these. I mean, I guess there's some down here in Woodguard. Though it's not a great place to test the stun capability because of how weak the enemies are, but yeah. Let's go get some bug shells. I couldn't pick up the ones in the arena. I don't know what was going on with that. That's the wrong way. This way. Oh, there's some right there. If we come across anything that can survive a single hit, we'll get to check this out. What were you saying about daylight? I just need some daylight. I know it's darker at night. It's darker at night, okay? I needed a little bit of daylight. We need daylight. Goes into the darkest places in the game. But of course, I may not get to test that theory out. It's okay. We'll get some more spores. We'll get some runes. Maybe we should go to a higher area. Don't want some arrows. I do need things from all these kinds of enemies anyway, so it's not a completely wasted journey. Ow! Got it. Okay, let's go somewhere where we can actually really test this. So we go up here, go down to the shroud here. We still need the boars, so we could go hunt boars, but we'll try to find more bugs. At the very least, we have quite a few stronger enemies to deal with, and that will kind of put this whole thing to the test, I'm hoping. No stun there. It also has to be a critical. I don't know how to check for our critical strike chance. I know we have some. I don't know how much. 5%. It's not a very good chance at the moment, is it? What's this? Oh, something died here. Oh, this is when we were being, like, led away from the village. Yeah. That was a critical, but it died, so we didn't get to see a stun, if it could happen. If it can't happen, pretty upset. I knew there was a chest here. I think I remember digging it up before. Yes, it's the Hail Scourge. A really pretty sword. Ow! Though. I don't have to fight those. Hey, bug! Ask and you will find bugs. Any pigs, though? Are there pigs? See any. There's probably better places to look for the pigs. Maybe. Okay, well that was a critical, and it did not stun, so yeah, it appears spell is truly, unfortunately, irredeemably not part of the wand. Can sacrifice a bone to make that super weak basic one. To limit the what? Okay, so yeah, when it says spells, it means 100% staves. See, I'm like, it's not bad. It's just I thought any magic damage. I was really banking on it being any magic damage. That is worth respecing my build because I don't use the staff that much. I use it supplementally for ranged, or you know, if I've got like a fireball, like a big old fireball, because intellect still gives you damage. I don't like that the wand is so grotesquely separated, though. I hate that. Okay. Modify. I mean, this gives us a lot of stuff back. We don't need any of that. We don't need any of that. So, my question is that... This says damage. So this should affect our damage. I hope. I hope. We're currently using frost, so we have a lot of frost damage there. Which means we could probably make our way over to the aura. Fortunately... See, that really just limits what you can do in the game, and that's really irritating. I don't know if Blink is worth it. I don't really like Blink. Because then that means you can't really do anything that's in this upper tree. By completely ruining everything. 2 notes past elemental damage from magic weapon. Crit chance. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get that too. I think I'll probably get the aura first, since that's flat out a passive ability that's going to heal us. And then this will work too, because it says magic weapon. Anything that says magic weapon. I don't like the terminology. They got to really, really overhaul this. Allow spells to be the same as magic weapons. Allow, you know, certain melee bonuses to work with magic. Allow certain ranged bonuses to work with melee. All around. You should allow for mutations of builds. It makes it infinitely more fun. It's not too much to ask for. Where did Balthazar go? I want to see how much goo I can make. Oh my god, is he still upstairs? Sir. Literally the most hidden area in my entire base. Okay, bug dust. Oh no. I need more of those things. Much rum? Yeah, a little bit of rum. Gotta go back down in here because there's a whole bunch of mushrooms. If I see any pigs, we gotta take those out too. That's another thing, like, melee is so simple to understand in this game, because it will literally just say melee damage, physical damage. There's no, like, guesswork with that, but magic is so splintered. Planned rebalance includes skill tree rework. I truly hope so. I hope they do the thing I was saying before where they kind of copy Portal Knight's magic system and then they simplify and allow for all skill types to have some sort of mutation adaptation. Again, if you have a magical weapon like these things, these should deal bonuses in accordance to your magic damage bonus. So it allow for a person to pump stuff into melee, but also pump stuff into magic. That'd be cool as hell. Instead of it being like, well, I want it to be a Spellblade, but I can't be a Spellblade because there's a limited number of skill points in the game, and you currently don't allow for anything to cross over between the different trees. About the only things that do crossover are passive things like auras, double jumps, you know. It's weird. I love Enshrouded, but the skill stuff really does not seem well thought out sometimes. Maybe I'm asking too much. Maybe I am. I need a bunch of these oatmeal cookies. Oh my goodness. Hey, I was gonna actually get oatmeal cookies when I went shopping, but Walmart was having some problems with their coolers and things, and I guess all sorts of products just went bad overnight. So they didn't have any real, like, fresh baked goods or anything. They didn't have any real cheeses. Half the meat was gone. That was horrible. I've never walked into a store like that. It had been so vacant. It's like, I've been to places going out of business. This was something else. It's like, oh yeah, no, we're still around, but something died in the middle of the night, and whoops. All players will agree with you on that. Yeah, because when you had a skill tree like that in today's world, you kind of got the whole. Okay, I'm gonna say Path of Exile, but let me tell you the secret of, I think, the origins of Path of Exile's, like, skill tree. Who here remembers Final Fantasy X? Final Fantasy X was not a great game, but it's a memorable game, for good or bad. It's a memorable game. Final Fantasy X introduced the multi-tiered growth, exponential growth system. And it looked very similar to this. It looked very similar to Path. Path of Exile is basically just the modern equivalent. When you add a system like this for your skills, skill trees, this advanced, it kind of goes hand in foot that stuff can be changed and added and works across the board. Because that's what Final Fantasy X did. That's what Path of Exile does. Bravely. I don't think those are Final Fantasy. I think those are their own thing. Well, okay, so the reason I bring up Final Fantasy X is because that's where that system, as far as my recollection goes, that's where that started. The whole massive skill tree systems. And that was that game's strength, was the skill tree system. The story was abysmal. The some of the characters were irrefutably some of the worst ever designed. I am not a fan of Titus, the main character. I did not like him. That's just me. Actually, I'd go so far to say as he's not the main character, and literally if you brush him off, all dialogue, all story plot points, literally has zero impact on the entire story of the entire game. Literally does. That's not an opinion at that point. That's a fact. The character can be removed from the game, and it will not affect the game in its course of actions. Which is the funniest part about that. So it really feels like he was tacked in. But besides that, that game's skill system is what we really have to thank for a lot of these modern, crazy skill tree games. And then, of course, talk about Path of Exile. Most people know Path of Exile, at least for that. So it's like, I kind of feel if you're going to do anything that remotely resembles that, it should truly resemble it. It should truly allow you to mix things. And that's what I was going into this game originally thinking, but clearly I was wrong. And they've done such a good job with everything else. They're very open with their community, too. So I can't believe for a moment they haven't thought about, well, yeah, our skills aren't that fun to use. I mean, stealth in this game. Stealth is literally crouching and hoping an enemy doesn't make line of sight. It is very hard to do stealth in this game. And I think stealth should start out as a challenge, but I think there should be some sort of stealth helper. Because some games it's like, oh, well, you'll fade out of, sight better in the darkness. I don't know if Enshrouded thought that far ahead. So they've got, like, stealth damage, backstab bonuses. Then they have a literal sneak attack. Well, I'd like to use this with a wand. And I don't mean walking up to an enemy, going like this. I forget which key my... like, going like this, and then meleeing them with a wand. I mean, like, doing this, being stealth, being within range of a wand attack, and going... Flipendo really like quietly and just blasting their head off their shoulders. That'd be awesome. Can I please do that? That's what I want to see with the skill system. The same with the bow and arrow. If you have a bow and arrow and you have sneak attack, you shouldn't have to run up to their ass to perform a sneak attack. You should be able to commit your sneak attack with the bow. And you could call it overpowered. I don't care. It's fun. Go for fun. Go for fun. Dragon's Dogma 2, the Thief's Smoke Bomb causes enemies to lose aggro, and you can do sneak attacks on them. See? There you go. That's a stealth helper. Because you basically trigger them as being stealth-enabled, regardless of your own movement. So then you can just start smacking and whacking your way through them, and it counts as a sneak attack. There should be systems like that in this. But at the moment, there isn't. Because I would love to do a stealthy build, but stealth is really clunky. And it doesn't feel great. You can't argue with the damage of the sneak attack. Like 900% extra damage. That's insane. Or increased damage. The point is that if it's too difficult to use or too unfun to use, players tend to avoid it. There are places in this game the sneak attack is not going to help you. Like, there are so many dungeons and, you know, corridors where the enemies are usually always facing or running through. You're not going to have a chance to employ that awesome ability. So give us more opportunities to employ it. And depending on the weapon, change how the ability works. If I have a ranged ability, a ranged attack, even if you have to half the distance, at least make it unique to the ability, the item, the weapon that I'm using. If I'm using a wand, I should have a wand attack, an actual proper wand attack that stealth hits. Because again, if we're going on a lore basis, if I'm a wizard, let's assume I'm using a spell that I know I can cast quietly. For that instance alone. Or maybe, if you don't want to do that, add a different kind of wand set. So you have different melee weapons. You got your one-handers, you got your two-handers, and even then there's varying amounts there. Why not add a type of wand that's just, you know, like... Okay, I don't know where I ended up. That's a fun place. I was trying to climb that, but you know, it's not worth it. Like a spell assassin's wand. Or a spell assassin's stave. I mean, I would prefer if I could just do it in general, but if you want to designate. Have these items that can do something the others can't. Maybe they do more stealth damage, but they don't do as much normal. That's the reason you use it. And then, of course, for magic users, you could have a different element. You could purposefully choose a different element on your magic weapons so that you can... Oh, maybe I like having my fire crit, you know? So I want my fire to do stealth, do high crit damage, and then I have my, like, frost or my shroud damage for my normal stuff. Differentiate. This area has a lot of these pigs. That's good. We still need that. Maybe I'm talking on my ass. I don't know. Skills that make enemies not aggro to you vulnerable, sneak attacks, reduce damage bonus. Yeah, there's like dozens of other multipliers, abilities, effects they can add that also change how the game plays, even subtly. I'd love to see more buffs and debuffs. Things that can really change how you approach a situation. Maybe like some kind of, if you don't want to add in the base game, like maybe a damage multiplier for like a gem or whatever. So you could get some really dumb, crazy effects and numbers. That'd be kind of cool. Granted, I've got some pretty dumb stuff set up for melee, but again, like I've said, melee gets all the love. My character can do thousands of damage in this game with a melee weapon. And there was very little effort or thought put into it. She just hits them, they all die. You know what? Sure. Weak enemy. Break some of these. Break these. We don't need them. I want to find more of those pigs. It seems we have killed the ones in this area at least. Backstabs on any attack onto an enemy's body, which affects all weapons. See, that affects everyone. So there is a point to getting backstabbed. And I've been, you know, tempted with the thought because I get them on accident quite a lot. It's just extra bonus damage if you happen to be behind an enemy or their body happens to twist in a way that you're able to hit. it happens more than you plan on. What is this place? Oh, this is the catacombs. We can finally explore them. We might as well. I don't think I'm going to build with the blocks, but... we never know. We definitely have the strength. This wand is starting to show more of its value even now, since we've upgraded our damage a little bit. So it gets that extra multi-hit. I used that bomb, that's right. I was gonna say, I could blast my way through there. I could still dig my way through there if I want to. I don't know yet if I will. Nope, we didn't have to. There's a boss down here. There's usually a... yes. I was gonna say there's usually a trigger there. Archer trousers. We don't need that. Bug. Oh! Ow! Come on. Also, there is like a, I could see him for a moment. There's like a pseudo animal tamer build too, but it only works in a very particular situation. Part of me wishes they would just fully employ an honest-to-goodness like animal tamer thing, and you could probably turn any of the tameable animals into your like companion, and they'd be treated like your summons, where they're never truly dead. But if they die in combat, you know, there's like a cooldown or whatever. I'd love to have a capybara following me around. That'd be awesome. An attack capybara. And maybe you could add like some things to upgrade your attack capybara. I would. Ooh, fish. Oh, it's one of these places. What level this one is. Level 13. Nice. Okay. How come you can block magic and I can't? Ah! Whoa! Whoa! It was scary, it was. Alright, Quarantine, you have a good one. Thank you for joining. Thank you for watching. Always good to see some regulars in the chat. It's a weird tree to have without summons or mounts. Like, So, New World didn't have mounts forever. Then they finally added them. I was okay with New World never having mounts. I do like my mounts in my fantasy games, especially if they're MMOs. This is not an MMO. I think there's like something behind there. No, they're above me. Like, this is not an MMO. So mounts, I could take it or leave it. I'm okay with there never being mounts in Enshrouded. Would I say no to mounts in Enshrouded, though, if they decide to add them in? I don't think I would. Because you could get really inventive with the mounts. You could have your horses. You could have giant pigs. You could have cows. You could ride an elk or a deer. You could then get a little weird. As let's say you could have gliding mounts. Kind of flying, but also mostly... I don't want them to add full-on flying mounts, because that would defeat the whole point of the glider. So a gliding mount could be anything from a giant raven to a big pelican to a bat to a... you know, let's just use that. Screw it. I don't often get to use these, but when we do, yippee, magic. You could add all this cool stuff, so you could then get even wilder, like there's special achievements in-game. This game loves to give you progression. Well, what's one of the best progressions ever known to video games? That's slow progression to unlock cool shit. How about maybe if you do X number of things in the Shroud, you get like a Shroud dog or Shroud pony or something as a mount. That'd be kind of neat, you know? Good bragging rights. If you have a specific theme for your character, you could really kind of fit that niche if you wish. I don't know where to go. This place is a bit of a puzzle. Let's see. I think I have to open this. Can you not craft a lockpick? Oh, no, no, no. I need the metal to craft a lockpick, and we've been ignoring the metal. Two doors we can open. Which one is which? Do they both go to the same place? I don't remember. Do you? This one feels like a waste of time. Well, no, we got bug parts. We need the bug parts. Can I make that, please? Yes. We don't really have to save as much of the food right now. I mean, we did kill the boss. Hey, there they are. Yippee. And we will need more metal, which requires some searching. Because I don't keep a stay supply of lockpicks on me. Might be able to find metal in this too. Not a great chance, but it's a chance. Nope. Tar! Can't believe we hadn't found tar yet. We didn't make it. We could have made it. Need that metal. Capybara chariot. Yeah, exactly. You could do an achievement and get yourself a little capybara chariot as a mount. That'd be so freaking cool. And it's not like... The argument now becomes, is it fun? Yes! Do it! Add it to the game. I might as well collect the cloth. I know we have a lot of... I know we have a lot of cloth. We can always have more cloth. Does this go back all the way over there? It does. Okay. I know some locations have like some of the best amounts of loot to be found in junk. And others, not so much. This place, I wouldn't put this very high on loot per box. There's two of you! Nice! Ow! Owie! 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 Ow! Please! No! Please! I don't wanna dance! Oh my god. Roar at me. I'm the one with the shining stick of justice. Eh, I'll probably hang these on my wall. Not the bow, though. I mean, not the standard bow. No, yeah. These, however. Ooh, a luminous wand. That's a cool bow. That always looks like a cool bow. What does this wand look like? Ah, neat. Yeah, I'm gonna hang that on my wall. I'm gonna find the time to make the stuff to do that, but I'll totally do it. What's in the box? Wow, big mace. It's a special item, too. That's cool. Of course, now we are probably going to suffocate in the shroud, which is fine. There's no death penalty, but it is what it is. We got the blocks. Oh, no, we can just teleport. Yeah.
They will twist of all, unless they killed me, in which case it'd be bully time. Oh.
Ma'am. I don't want those ugly heads adorning my wall. I appreciate the gesture, milady, but no. Okay, we need to put the clay thing away. I mean, first of all, we can put the glow dust away. Don't know where we have a stack available, but we'll put it away nonetheless. We don't need a shield, especially a grotesque shield. Some metal plates that can go there. We have some metal. That's my problem, is I start making stacks of things and I don't know where there's available spots for things to go. I know we have a stack of that probably in 2 other places. There's no need in having multitudes. I'm gonna think of it, we probably have like archaic dust somewhere this can stack into. Not that one. No, just put that there. Get the wood out, put the wand away. A ring of mana. We already have one of those. How many? Okay, we have all the things. We just need goo. We just need goo. Where's the alchemist? Where's Balthazar? Passed out asleep somewhere he shouldn't be. Better not be in my damn bed. He's not in my bed. Where is he? Oh my god. Sir. Sir. Okay.
We can do it. Oh. Finally. So, now we are set for the Highlands. All this stuff drops in the Highlands. That's great. I don't know where to put any of this extra junk. Goo, bug dust, that stuff. The fish away. Where is the stack of, like, weird stuff I'm hanging on to? I could have sworn I had a whole stack of it. There it is. Okay, that's the crypt blocks. They should just rename it to crypt blocks because that's what it is, but whatever. Alright, I wanted to... I already forgot. There was something I wanted to do. And now I don't remember. I don't remember. What do we do? What do we do? Oh yeah, I wanted to see... Well, we're gonna have to go back to the Mr. Alchemist. Let's call him the wizard. He is effectively the wizard, but he's technically an alchemist. I wanted to see really quick. Fireball 4. We can make the strongest fireball spell. Right this moment. We just need tar. Now that would go a long way for our staff usage. Wood and Springlands dirt. Wait. Huh? You have to manually select it. That's kind of lame, but okay. Sure. Sure. Let's just put you in there and make a bunch of it. Just in case we need it. So we can make a much stronger spell on demand. Eternal Fireball. Did I have that? I didn't see... God. Sir! Oh, you're hanging up around here. It's fine. Do I have Eternal Fireball? I do. But we don't have that thing, whatever that is. Which is in the Nomad Highlands. I'm assuming that's a boss, I think. I don't know. We also don't have an alchemy station. Okay, well, I mean, at least for the moment, we can craft Fireball, you know, 4. I don't really fancy making those. Nothing else has been unlocked, so I can make me one of these. I don't think it'll do anything, but I'll make it. Fireworks. Dwarf, pick up. I want a table. Or something. Yes. It's too bad you can't, like, activate it or anything. Be kind of cool. Yeah. Sleepy. Do. Morning. Cursed morning. Farmer?
Please.
The art of grilling. Now that's something I know. I know how to grill me a good meal.
Vegetable puree. That won't help us at all. Ooh, what is this? That looks actually kind of tasty. I like that. I like that a lot. Mana Mana regen. Time in the Shroud. That's kind of cool. I'm gonna need those, I'm sure, though, for other things. So as tempting as it is, I'm not gonna make it. You can also display food, which is kind of cool. I mean, I could make a single dish of it, and I think I can display it. Let's do that. We have to at least once, right? I'm gonna be mad if I can't display soups.
Please allow me to display my soup. I want to display it somewhere cool, like this. Although originally I had an idea for another bench there, but... Oh, no, we can do this. Yes.
Oh, that's cool. It glows! Oh, that's so neat. Yeah! Soup's done. Now when I sit here, a nice little platter of food over there. It's very nice. What do you want? What? Guys, I'm having a moment. My god. Okay, okay. It's so irritating to me that I was gonna start building the castle today, and I don't have the means to go further just yet. I now have the means, though, to go into the shroud in this place. Which I did grab this. Which just means we could go into some of these places. But we need the Shroud Nexus, which can drop off of bosses? At the very least, something will drop that will enable us to craft one, I believe we can craft. I think, maybe. And see, all of that shroud opened up to us. Yeah, screw it, let's dive bomb into it. I know we have a lockpick, we could totally open that, but meh, let's go this way. Firefly lanterns are pretty. They are. They are pretty. Ooh, there's something here. What is this? Something deep, deep underneath. Probably right below me. There it is. Whatever it is. Oh no, it's one of these. Oh well. It's experience. Can't complain about that. Ah. Oh yeah, that reminds me. We can now actually go through the Pillars of Creation area and get the carpenter tools, which also should mean we can also get the blacksmith stuff. Unless I'm confusing the two missions, but I know they're both similar. Ember Hollow. Welcome to the big green mushroom place. What is that? Acidic mycelium. Oh! Well. Well. I thought that was a mushroom. I forgot about those. I added those things in after I had done the majority of my gameplay. Not familiar with them. I do recall them now, but again, not familiar. And those, yes, those unspeakable horrors from Hermaeus Mora's dimension themselves. Fun, wonderful, great. So great. Them and their giant one-shot balls of doom. Now I'm aware. I'm not even sure how the wand is going to perform against those. I don't know if they're far enough away that I can't hit them. I don't know. Just enjoying this ridge. Got my stamina. I mean, I think we would have the damage to take them out, but this is all guesswork. Come here, sir. Oh yeah, we definitely have the damage for enemies in this area. I'll take your corrosive blood. We can probably piss this one off. This is where archers have it the best. No, I want you to come closer. Whoop. Come closer. It's a rock. And now a little closer. Hit that tree. Thank you, tree, for your sacrifice. That is not great how far you are. Woo! Woo! I have to. I will keep hitting you with this stuff. Ow! Got you. Oh! I was going to be in sheer disbelief if he dropped that and it remained in the air. I think I would have just ended the stream right there. I would have been like, okay, you know what? Tonight's been a night. I would have been a little pissed. Of course there's more. Is there any reason besides the acidic stuff to come here? I can hear it behind me. Let's get our stamina back up just a little. Oh! There's lore. That isn't a good reason to be here. Okay. We don't really have a clear objective here. We're looking for things. I know we can find tin very easily in this area. I know that's a thing. What drops from this? The green stuff. Okay. Well, we have some of that. I don't think we need that much. Sure, more is always welcome, but I think that's the easiest thing to collect here. Want to go down that way. Fortunately, means we're going to piss off this. Oh, yes, yes. Never fought you with a ranged weapon. This is going to suck. Oh! Oh! God. Nope. Oh, that's right. I can actually hit you with that. That's where we get that. Okay, it's kind of a mini boss, not really a boss though. Does he see me? Probably does. The red guys. They explode, right? I think they have things we need, though. Oh yeah, they're not great. They're not great. You're not great. I'm sorry you're so pissed. Okay. He did not see us. You're going to have to hit the hay. You do the Valerie quest in the Black Mire to find the reason why I do Archer. There's a lot of good Archer stuff. I like the Archer from what I've played, but I've also been waiting on my friend to play the game. I was playing my Archer with her, and I was really enjoying it, but I don't want to spoil it too much for myself by switching. I'm really trying not to. I was happy with my bowstring, I really was. I'm gonna collect more of this. Or, you know, we could run out of stamina really fast. I wonder if you can place this acidic mycelium. That'd be kind of cool to look. As far as I know, you can't place the glowing mycelium stuff, though. The reason I want the creative stuff to come out, because I'd love to build like a base around like a moat of this. Maybe put some water over it. Maybe I can place it. I don't know if I can, though. There would be another thing there. Umber Hollow. I know that's a place we're supposed to go. Let's try to get this Flame Sanctum over here. If it's below, down here, we should grab it, but it's a good chance it's always above us. It's saying it's up and over. Yeah, that's above us. I mean, one thing at a time here, but I do think we have to go to Umber Hollow. Whether or not I remember the reason for the going there, I don't know. I can't recall. I think there was a good reason for it. Oh, well. What am I doing? I don't know where we are, why we're here. Oh! Open the door! Hold the door. Okay. I would like to aim at the Banshee. We're gonna die. Yep. Okay, well, we'll have to leave that area to the next time. Because I did want to probably put this stuff away and probably call it here. Critter glands. Gross. But we made a lot of progress today, and I have to say I think the most progress was finally killing that boss. Wand is definitely in a delicate place, and my understanding of how the magic system works
continues to grow. Unfortunately, not to my liking. Like, I think they really need to look at the current systems, kind of plan better. Bronze cup. Cool. Can I craft anything new with you? Stuff. We don't have glass. We now have a source of water at a base whenever it rains, and it rains quite frequently here, which is good. Can I make another bench? What do we need for the benches again? Wood planks, of course. What do we need the tar for? Oh, that's right, the magic. All those are. Glad you were here. We needed more obsidian to do that. I see. Okay. I mean, we have some Fireball 4, which at the very least is amazing. Can I place this? No. Want to stick that stuff in a place it can actually be used. We don't need the raw copper on us anymore. And this ring, honestly, I could probably just destroy it, but yeah. We need charcoal. I'm gonna just take the charcoal out of there, or in here. That's still making bone dust. That's insane. We're gonna check on our crop thing. Oh yeah, that's done already. We're gonna have to refill this with all kinds of stuff. So the next time we get on, we gotta make more work towards the Shroud Nexus if we can help it. Try to get the ability to upgrade our altar to the max level, which is quite substantial. And of course, getting stuff to make better armor would be great. Could easily get the stuff for this. I mean, honestly, we might have everything except the leather. We still need the tanning station, and I'm not really sure what we need to get the tanning station just yet. I mean, it doesn't seem like the Huntress is actually giving us anything right now to work on that, but I was hoping to do some building today. I didn't get to get it done, but we're gonna get there soon. I will see you all later. This will be the end of the stream for now. Thank you for watching. Have a wonderful rest of your day or evening. Goodbye.